Council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedural bylaw. The City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where you need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the following exits. There are 2 exits beyond those glass doors, and then you just walk very calmly to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits here. Once again, walk calmly. Hopefully there will be no rush. And by the way, do not use the elevator. That'd be a very bad idea. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. So if you smell toast, just put your hand up. We'll get to you. We would also like to acknowledge that today's council meeting is being held on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. And I do want to thank them once again for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and the care that they show the land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I do want to remind everyone that we should take some time to unlearn what we've learned in the past and learn the true history of what's happened on these lands here. So with that being said, Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Simmons in the chair, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
Here. Councillor Kirby-Young, are you on the line?
Yes, present.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Not here yet. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Awesome, thank you very much. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today, we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent, 5 reports and 5 referral reports, 3 bylaws, 6 council member motions, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. The plan for today: break at 11:45 a.m. for a special meeting, followed by lunch, and then the in-camera meeting. Return at 3 p.m., continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and finish by 5 p.m. as there is a public hearing at 6 p.m. tonight. So now, in camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go into, thank you very much, moved and seconded. May we have all those in favor say yay? Yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Sorry, Clerk, did you get the, okay, great, thank you. Minutes. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting of April the 25th and 26th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Klassen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the public meeting on April the 25th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? All right, would someone like to move adoption? Councillor Boyle, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Meisner, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Great. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on April the 26th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, would someone like to move adoption? Great, Councillor Zhou, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 from the public hearing on April the 27th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great, can we have someone move adoption? Great,
moved.
Councillor Meisner, and then seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Okay, all those
Yay.
opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. All right, matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 2, 3, 4, and refer reports 1 to 5 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold report 5 as only recommendations to B and C were referred from the standing committee meeting on April the 26th for council's consideration today. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 2, 3, and 4 and referral reports 1 to 5 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? And I'm sure we have, or I'm just going to grab a pen. Councillor Boyle.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm hoping to hold report 4,
Report 4.
amendments to the procedure bylaw.
Well, okay, great. Great, okay. Oh. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. I believe I'd like to hold report 5, annual report of the Office of the Integrity Commissioner and review of the Code of Conduct bylaw.
Sorry,
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
sorry, can you repeat that? You want to hold report number 5?
Apparently I don't need to, so
Apparently, we do not need to.
No.
All right,
thank you.
thank you very much. So as it stands right now, we're holding report number 4. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? Hold on a sec. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. For report number 5, I'll be recusing myself. I have an ongoing complaint and investigation from the Integrity Commissioner, so.
Okay. Okay, great. And sorry, point of procedure, do I have to see the chair when I? No, okay. So out of an abundance of caution, I am going to recuse myself from referral report number 1. Although I do not have a pecuniary interest in the Broadway plan, there may be a perceived conflict, so I will be recusing myself. Great. Okay, so we have reports numbers 2 and 3 and referral reports 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for consent approval. So that would be,
Move the reports, Mayor.
sorry, am I missing something here? No, okay. Okay, so we have report number 2, 2023 graffiti abatement grants to Business Improvement Associations, BIAs. Recommendations A and B require, sorry, that. Report number 3, which is Uplifting Chinatown Action Plan Strategic Priority Grants. And then we have referral report number 1, Broadway Plan Implementation Amendments to Zoning and Development Bylaw and Guidelines. Rezoning 109 East 40th Avenue, rezoning 2025 through 2377 West 49th Avenue, CD-1 rezoning 427 to 449 West 39th Avenue, and referral report number 5, rezoning 3803 to 3823 West 10th Avenue. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommendations before council? Great. So moved by.
Move adoption, Mayor.
Sorry?
Move adoption.
Yeah, we already have Counselor Dominato moved, seconded by Counselor Boyle. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, the following have been approved on consent. So report number 2, 2023 graffiti abatement grants to Business Improvement Associations, BIAs. Report number 3, uplifting Chinatown action plan strategic priority grants. And then referral reports 1 through 5. So referral report number 1 is Broadway Plan implementation amendments to zoning and development bylaw and guidelines. Report number 2, rezoning 109 East 40th Avenue. Report number 3, rezoning 2325 through 2377 West 49th Avenue. Report number 4, CD-1 rezoning 427 to 449 West 39th Avenue. And referral report number 5, rezoning 3803 to 3823 West 10th Avenue. So, our first report held in the order of the agenda is report number, I guess it'd be number 1. And that's prioritization framework for planning and processing applications. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay. I guess this doesn't really work, does it? That's what makes sense. Okay, we have team members from planning, urban design, and sustainability here to provide a presentation and answer any questions council may have.
Ready to go?
We're good.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good morning. My name is Teresa O'Donnell. I'm the Director of Planning for the city. And I'm here today to talk to the council, to seek council's direction to guide the planning department's work plan, both in the short term to manage a backlog of current applications, and in the longer term to establish goals, objectives, priorities, and desired outcomes over the next 4 years. The council's endorsement of the recommendations contained in this report and the additional goals and priorities that council would like to direct will provide staff and the public with the clarity and necessary direction to achieve the city council's vision for city building over the next 4 years. Specifically, staff will seek direction on prioritizing in-stream rezoning inquiries and applications, refinement to the requirement of the PEP process, prioritizing new applicant requests for enhanced rezoning applications, and establishing this council's goals and priorities for new land use policy and major housing initiatives. But before we get into those recommendations, I'd like to provide a little information on the current policy and climate that has shaped the staff recommendations. This context and the pressures impacting the development and construction industry today are chiefly responsible for the zoning application volumes and the non-compliant requests that we're seeing in the current planning department. Following that, I'd like to summarize some strategies we're looking to roll out, providing a prioritization framework for applications and policy direction. And I also want to note that while this is important work in our overall application process improvement, it is coordinated, but it's a standalone effort from the excellent work underway under the leadership of the City Manager's Office in the development improvement process. That process you'll hear about more in June with a quarterly update. So today, we have this very fortunate advantage of all 3 levels of government being positioned to make real strides against the persistent housing affordability crisis that has challenged our residents for many, many years. The federal and provincial governments are taking concrete steps to combat the problems of affordability by rolling out new policies and programs and committing much-needed funds to fuel the supply of housing. The federal government has committed $4 billion in making those funds available to communities. Vancouver has been identified as a high-growth community. The Housing Accelerated Fund, announced by the federal government last year, will be administered through the CMHC, and the intent is to accelerate the supply of housing through transformative change in land use and development approval processes. The amount of funding local governments receive is directly tied to the projected increase in building permit approvals, with higher funding tied to affordable, missing middle, and transit-oriented housing. Vancouver's application is due in June. Staff are now developing that application with a path that leverages work already underway to accelerate and increase approvals for these priority housing types, including actions to unlock market and below-market housing projects already in the pipeline, and improvements to accelerate permit issuance. The provincial government has also committed $4.2 billion in the Homes for People plan. That budget includes housing initiatives, including $1.7 billion in the Building BC programs, $1.5 billion in new and expanded responses to address homelessness and encampments, and $588 million to increase supports for income and disability assistance. We expect a proposal for a call for new projects, both in the Community Housing Fund and the Indigenous Housing Fund later this year. Vancouver is a high-growth city. We've been a high-growth city for decades, and we will continue to experience rapid growth for the foreseeable future. Immigration targets are ramping up to regain lost ground during COVID years and to meet the needs of an expanding economy. As we prepare to welcome more than 60,000 newcomers a year to the Lower Mainland, we know we are currently not building the amount of housing needed to meet the demand and bring affordability into balance with the incomes of the majority of working people. Some experts have forecasted that the Lower Mainland will need to double our current production just to keep up. Now, that's a tall order under any circumstances, but it will be an even greater challenge today in the short term, given the conditions impacting the development and construction industry. Inflation remains high. Although we have seen a steady decline and the trends are encouraging, inflation is still very high and impacts most working families. The interest rates are also moving in a more favorable direction, but lending terms continue to tighten. Unemployment rate continues to be significantly low, particularly in the construction trades, and we hear often that people cannot find the trades necessary to build their projects. And then, of course, the supply chain issues continue to frustrate the construction industry, driving construction costs even higher. All of these external pressures, the market uncertainty, rising construction costs, stiffer lending requirements, continue to have a significant impact on the industry's ability to increase the supply of housing. There is tremendous stress in the development industry today. Dan, Armin, Paul, and myself hear from our partners in the industry on a daily basis that their projects are in trouble and they need our help. The city must act with a sense of urgency to do what we can to bring these projects to market as soon as possible. The strong leadership and committed actions of senior levels of government present a unique opportunity for Vancouver to align our policies, programs, and our investment decisions and make significant progress towards combating the pernicious housing supply crisis. This is good news, and our strategies and policies have been working well, and our pipeline is full. So let's look at what the data is telling us. The Vancouver housing market is currently in a healthy position. Downtown Vancouver's office market is shifting from a record low vacancy of 1.4% in the first quarter of 2020 to a healthy 8.4% in the first quarter of 2023. Now, 8.4% might sound high, but Vancouver's office vacancy downtown remains the lowest of all North America's metro cores. Toronto's vacancy rate is 9.1. San Francisco, Edmonton, Austin, Texas are all at 20% vacancy rate. Calgary is currently struggling with a 30% vacancy rate. So as you can see, our 8% is a healthy rate. There's been a notable increase in supply between the first quarter 2020 and the first quarter 2023. Almost 2.5 million square feet of office has been added to the market. And today, there's about 3 million square feet of office under construction in downtown Vancouver. So let's look at industrial. Greater Vancouver continues to have one of the lowest industrial rates in Canada. Our vacancy rate is persistently stayed below 1% as demand for space continues to outweigh supply. The average net rates have increased to a new record high of $22. The market is responding, though, with stacked industrial forms and over 600,000 square feet of development has been approved, and over 1 million square feet is in construction today. But of course, the big news is the housing supply and the affordability. That's our major focus. Just a couple of weeks ago, Council received the 2022 Housing Progress Update and Housing Vancouver Strategy. Dan gave us that report and highlighted the important work that's planned and underway to achieve our housing objectives. The data presented verifies Vancouver has delivered record housing approvals for the last decade, particularly in the last 5 years. And one of the biggest goals from the Vancouver strategy is to shift approvals to rental. And we've done that. As you can see, last year was the first year that rentals surpassed ownership. So that strategy is working very well. Now, while these approvals are important, completions and occupancies are what ultimately mean people have a place to live. Well, there's a lot of good work underway to accelerate approvals. We need to ensure these homes are actually built. For example, of this rental and social projects approved between 2017 and 2020, we know that about 60% of those projects made it through to a building permit. We need to ensure the rest come to completion. As Dan explained last week, we're working on a couple of initiatives to ensure these projects can successfully complete. One is making some very surgical changes to our below-market rental policies and housing agreements. There are about 40 rental projects that enable 11,000 new rental units, and they're currently stuck. These could advance with the changes that Dan's been talking about. The second one involves a number of social housing projects that are also stalled, upwards of 1,100 units that have been approved but are in need of additional funding. Some of this is the work that we're doing with the senior governments, identifying one-time financing or funding to push these projects across the finish line. As I mentioned, the city will be finalizing our submission to CMHC's Housing Accelerator Fund with the goal to maximize the funding we receive and bringing in, and we will be bringing that submission to council for your review and consideration in June. So a lot of activity going on. Let's look at what's actually in the zoning stream right now. Recommendation B in your report today speaks to this current backlog. Recommendation A of the report lays out the staff recommendation for a prioritization framework. Appendix C provides the detailed data that you see up here on the slide. And Appendix D lays out some additional operating strategies that I can do to move some of these things forward. But this slide illustrates our current volume of applications and the potential housing delivery that it represents. As you can see, we have almost 36,000 units in the pipeline in all different types, in all different tenures. That's about a 3 to 4 year supply, and that's not a supply that this council or the staff could move through in a single year. Right? So let's break down and take a look at what's in the PEP pipeline. This is a new process that was launched about 18 months ago. It was designed to explore new creative ideas for development that does not comply with established policy. It was created to unlock potential in areas of the town where the policy is outdated, it's failing to meet the priorities and outcomes of council, or it's just lacking. There might not be policy. For those proposals that met or exceeded the established criteria, we're seeing about another 4,000 units on top of the 36,000. So now we're talking 40,000 units that are proceeding towards rezoning. As part of staff recommendation to this report, there's a consideration that the council direct staff to report back on a refined criteria that captures this council's goals and objectives for their term. The complete PEP criteria as currently written can be found in Appendix E of your report. So we have a number of very important opportunities coming out of these PEPs, and this slide summarizes those. The PEP does provide a framework for staff and council to consider unique and exceptional site-specific projects, and sometimes those will go through what we call an enhanced rezoning process. This is a nimble way for staff to get to yes, despite the fact that the policy on the books doesn't allow the proposal. There are now 4 major enhanced rezonings underway that look at about a dozen individual sites, and you can see the respective numbers that those may produce. But again, while these are impressive numbers, it represents 10% of what's in the current pipeline. That underscores the fact that compliant rezoning applications deliver more housing and they deliver it faster. The staff can typically move a compliant zoning case in half the time as these more problematic sites. And given the complexity and the time and the resources, there are a limit to the number of processes of these major enhanced rezoning cases that we can do at any one time, and the staff is currently at capacity. Okay, go ahead. So going back to the criteria again, you can see a significant portion of the applications fell short of the bar that the criteria sets. Again, another opportunity for council to examine that criteria and put your touch on it. The proposals that fell short, there were a number of reasons, and we've identified some trends here. One is residential was being proposed in our very protected industrial and employment lands. Another was there was tenant displacement without adequate replacement units. Another one was market rental was being proposed, but not with the commensurate increase in below market rental proportion. And you can see those reasons here. And so again, the council criteria to refine this can be found in the report, and we'd look forward to your direction on that. Okay. So on the PEP, we also have identified a number of operational and process improvements over the last year to ensure applicant experience is better and increase our success rate. But again, we'd like to encourage council to closely review the existing criteria. And that is also provided for as a consideration in your recommendation, should you have direct staff to report back. Okay. So to underscore the need for council prioritization, let me just say that the development and construction industry continues to be in tremendous stress. And although the economy is showing signs of improvement, it will be months before things begin to normalize. The current rezoning pipeline contains enough supply to meet our targets for 3 or 4 years, but we know many of those projects may not be in a position to proceed. We also have the unique opportunity to capture and maximize tremendous amounts of money from senior levels of government, but that requires a laser focus on projects that are ready to proceed to construction. And we must act with a sense of urgency. This slide rolls up some of the staff recommendations contained in your report. And I want to stress that if the backlog is not managed properly, this growing bottleneck could extend over multiple years. I do think with the prioritization that we've laid out here today, we can manage this in the next 6 to 9 months. But this will require council direction. Some of the strategies do depend on additional staff capacity. We have been approved to hire additional staff in the rezoning center, and that work is underway right now with the help of Human Resources. These are fee-funded positions, and we know we will be able to recover those fees easily. We will also track and monitor the outcome and effect of these strategies so that we know that we're being effective, and we will make real-time adjustments if necessary. One of the most effective means of managing the rezoning volumes is, of course, to work on pre-zoning, and you'll see this happening in the short term. Today, on your agenda tonight, or the Canby Corridor Townhouse pre-zonings. It's one of your public hearings. You just approved a referral report for pre-zoning in the Broadway corridor for the C2 and industrial districts. The missing middle simplification has come into council this summer, and additional policy work is underway. It's also important to note that we do have existing statutory requirements that constrain our ability to pre-zone, and we are in active discussions with the province about options to provide Vancouver more flexibility so that we can pre-zone more areas. So this next slide is really just a roll-up of the prioritization framework for rezoning. You can see the details of that in Appendix A. It speaks to housing affordability, the jobs and economy, partnering with our key, with our governmental partners, critical infrastructure delivery, and of course, addressing the climate crisis. The next slide similarly rolls up kind of the big buckets for prioritizing the department's major land use studies for the next 4 years in our work plan. The details of that can be found in Appendix B, and it closely aligns with the Vancouver Plan recommendations and the Vancouver Housing Strategy. Okay, so with that, I'll just end on these. This is the staff recommendations. First is to receive this report for information. The second is to endorse the prioritization framework for rezoning applications as found in Appendix A. The next is for council to endorse the priority framework for our long-term work plan for Appendix B. And this final consideration is for council if they wish to refine the PEP criteria and have the staff bring that back at a later date. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great. Thank you very much, Teresa. Before we go there, I just want to take a moment. I do want to acknowledge a couple of special guests in the chamber today. All the way from Huntsville, Ontario, we do have one of our members of parliament, Scott Atchison. He's the member of parliament for Parry Sound, Muskoka, and a team member of his, Parker Vernay. Thank you very much for coming here. They're very interested in municipal politics in Vancouver and supporting us. So, enjoy the council session, and thank you for your service. Okay, council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions. Are there any questions? Stating the obvious. Councillor Dominato, you're up.
Thanks, Mayor. And just because I think there may be questions after the speakers, can I move for a second round now?
Sure. Seconded? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa and team, for the update. So recognizing that this report really presents an opportunity for council, as a new council and new term, to give direction around the priorities here. Can you comment on, you referenced that with compliant applications, that you can deliver more quickly, it's easier to move forward. Does that include, when we consider some of our priorities being housing supply, putting a lens on proposals that will yield a high number of units as well as with little displacement? Is that a consideration in terms of prioritization? And do we need to give further direction around that, or is that sort of embedded from your perspective in what we're being presented this morning?
I do believe that we've covered that off in our criteria. I think Dan is quickly flipping through the appendix, but I do believe that's included. Yep. If you'll look at I don't know if you have the report handy. On Appendix A on page 11, you'll see that we've listed that as one of our first priorities.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I'm curious as well, when I was looking through Appendix A and B, around, there's the identification of priority projects, particularly rental, co-op, supportive housing. And I was also looking for home ownership and particularly affordable home ownership. And is that assumed in here, or is that something that would require further direction as well?
I would encourage the council to include that as one of your priorities. Staff, Dan and Armin have been working on an affordable home ownership model, but only in a very limited sense, particularly for missing middle. I would encourage council to consider that as an add.
Okay. And with that, in that vein then as well, you referenced the missing middle work coming to council later this year. Would it also make sense to be, if that's a priority of this council, to be embedding that in this prioritization framework?
Yes, absolutely. And the missing middle, of course, is just the fourplex, sixplex. But I believe there's additional policy work that we could develop over this council's term for those other housing typology forms, that additional townhouse, ground-oriented. I do think there's room for additional work to be done there also.
Okay, thank you. You referenced in the last slide around one of the considerations that could be moved is around having staff report back on redefining the PEP criteria.
Yes.
Would it be helpful at this time with this report to be giving some guidance or direction about what we might want to see? The focus there was around aligning it with the Vancouver plan, which was adopted just last term, as well as the existing housing Vancouver strategy. But if there was other considerations beyond those, would it make sense to identify those?
Absolutely, yes. Mhm.
And then you referenced in one of the slides the some of the barriers, particularly around applications through PEP, was around insufficient utilities.
Yeah.
One of those ones that I don't think it's been an application through PEP, but I think about the Nanaimo station and the fact that we have this substantive station, but very, right now, not a lot of density. Is that one of those examples where we need to find ways to get maybe further government support outside of the city to do the underground infrastructure?
Gosh, that's a great example. And when I ride that train out in that direction, it breaks my heart when I get off at those stations and see it's single story, and it does. There is significant infrastructure deficit in those areas. That's not been addressed in the current capital plan. We're checking with engineering. We've asked them for some kind of a horizon, but that's a great example because we could absolutely build those. And what the Housing Accelerator Fund looks to transit-oriented development, so we could absolutely do that. But without the needed infrastructure, it's kind of a long-range priority. It's not something that would arise to an immediate need since the infrastructure funding is so far away, but that's not great opportunity.
Thank you, and Chair, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Teresa and team, for the report. I had some questions around the PEP criteria. You mentioned that 28 of the projects fell short of the minimum criteria. Are we wanting them to hit all of those criteria? I see there's 5 different criteria bullet points: below market social housing, expansion of job space, contextual fit, significant amenities, and efforts towards reconciliation. How many of those criteria are we hoping that the projects hit in order to be moved along?
We would like them to meet as many as possible, but they could only meet one. That's fine. What we don't want to see is where they meet one and they violate everything else, right? Like introducing residential that's into industrial areas. That's clear. We want the residential. We don't want it in our industry.
Yeah, so just one is enough, is what
Sure.
you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned as well in that discussion, that in the presentation, that there's market rental projects proposed without enough below market rental units. How clear are we making it to applicants about that criteria? ahead of the PEP application process? Like, why would they submit something that they know is not compliant? And like, just to avoid wasting our time and their
Right.
time.
It's clearly in the criteria, it's 20%. It doesn't stop applicants from submitting 10% or none.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we're making it crystal clear to them that 20% is the expectation.
We believe it's clear, but the criteria is voluminous. It might be good to winnow that down just a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I hear a lot, again, I'm gonna just be on PEP, like, that this is just not working. So
yeah.
why would we continue this process of adding more resources to the PEP process if it's just not working?
Well, that's a great question. You know, we didn't have this 18 months ago. There was no policy door. If the policy didn't work, it didn't work. Sorry. I think the great benefit in the PEP is it identifies areas of town where the policy is failing, or there is no policy, or it's not right for these market conditions, and allows the developers to come in and bring us new ideas. It doesn't work for in areas where the policy is working and an individual property owner just doesn't want to play by the rules. It doesn't work for that.
Yeah, okay. Have we considered not having it apply to those areas where there's a plan, like a recently updated plan, where they wouldn't be able to submit a PEP if there's an area plan in place?
We have not thought of that, but that's a great idea.
Okay, let's think about that. My other question was around, sorry, one moment here. I've got a lot of notes on this report. The Housing Supply Act, I understand, is forthcoming and possibly in June. Is that the timing that we're expecting? If Vancouver.
We're not sure exactly, but any day now.
Okay. So let's say Vancouver is one of the cities that is impacted by that act. Will this all kind of go out the window? Could potentially, right?
Well, it wouldn't go out the window, but it would keep us laser focused on approvals because we'll have to meet a target. And because the last 3 years we've been knocking it out of the park, we're going to be sprinting to keep that trend going.
Okay. Okay. What additional changes are being considered to move projects through the system faster, apart from, maybe you can talk a little bit about some other changes that we're making?
Oh, some of the operational changes?
Yeah.
Well, we are going to add a zoning team. We are looking at clarifying our documents, putting a lot of information online, trying to be as expedient as possible. We're looking at policy that's complex and we're trying to make decisions much, much faster. So we're working with the zoning team to streamline what they're reviewing and how they're reviewing it. And I see the city manager has stood for comment or coffee. Yes.
Just to confirm, thanks, that the presentation today and the content that Teresa's referring to or speaking to is the rezoning process. We're coming back to council in June with much more holistic end-to-end update on the entire permitting process.
Great.
So council will see all of the other parts of the process that they're working on at that time.
Awesome. I've been time.
You're at time. Thank you. And we
Okay.
do have a second round. So, Councillor Joe?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Teresa and the team for doing this work. And this report is very, very important. So my question is, I think we all know that we need all housing options, including rental housing, social housing, co-op housing, as well as the market housing. I'm not talking about all the market housing, but especially about the large-scale mixed-use market housing that is near the major transportation corridor. But in this report, I didn't see anything about market housing. So I wonder if this is something we should consider and prioritize as well.
And just market rental housing?
Like market mixed-use market housing, large-scale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that continues to be a focus for us. And what the report has done is really looked at the immediate term, kind of a near term, and then a longer term. And a lot of the media attention has been focused on the immediate term, which is which my priority is unlocking stuff that's currently in the process as quickly as possible. For one reason primarily is to capture and maximize as much funding that we can from senior levels of government. And then in the near term or longer term, we can return our focus to some of those bigger projects downtown.
So we could be, able to include those market housing
Absolutely.
in the priority, okay?
Because we do want to look at a 4-year work plan, not just what we're doing over the next 6 months to unlock the backlog, but the 4-year.
Okay, perfect, thanks. The other question is page 5. I saw that the report saying we have 35,000 housing units. And based on the current targets, that's about 3 to 4 years housing supply. So I did quick calculation. So that means every year we have 8,000 to 11,000 housing units as our target.
That's our target now.
Yeah, but I think I saw another report saying, to balance the supply and demand, we need 14,000 units. So is this units we set up too low compared to what we actually need?
So that's a great question, and a lot of that was covered off in Dan's report. We absolutely need to increase our approvals, but what we need to increase more is what's actually going to construction. If we're only seeing 60% of what we approve go to construction, I need to increase those successful projects so that every approval the council gives means something, and we can turn those into homes that people can actually live in.
Okay, thanks. The other question is page 7. So on top of the page, it says the priority category include approximately 45% of the applications. So, which seems to be pretty high number, but how many units we are talking about here, percentage-wise?
In inquiry. Do you have the number of units in inquiry? I don't have that data here, but I will get it for you.
Okay, and also I'm interested in how much CEC or DCL we are talking about.
That's a little bit harder to project, but we might be able to put some ballpark figures together for you on that.
Okay, so my point is if 45% of applications only represent, 10% of the units, so it doesn't really help.
Right.
Yeah, so that's my point.
Okay.
Okay, so that's this. And also in terms of the pie chart on page 14, I believe. So yeah, 65% of the PEP fell short of the minimal criteria. Out of this 65%, how many were due to shadow, due to the vehicle problem?
None.
Okay. So it seems like the shadow and vehicle is not a problem for PEP application.
No, that gets a lot of airtime, but it's something that we will absolutely study if the council wishes to direct that to be part of our 4-year work plan. But it's not going to unleash a tremendous amount of new units.
Okay, thanks. The other questions, so if we approve this prioritization framework, how likely is, we can change this report in the future? And how much time you need to change this prioritization framework if you want to?
I'm sorry, we're at time, but we do have a second round of questions.
Okay.
Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks.
I'll think about the answer to that one.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, hi, good morning, thanks. I have several questions, and I'm going to start with hotels. 2 months ago, Destination Vancouver updated and released a study that showed in Metro Vancouver we were short 20,000 hotel rooms, 10,000 in Vancouver alone, and in 3 years, if we don't build any, and we're already tight, they're already expensive, just like our housing is expensive because of supply, that supply will actually exceed demand. So can you talk about prioritization of hotels in these recommendations and how we can?
Yes, and I'm so glad you brought that up. Hotels is in our framework, and I believe we sent a memo to council in the last week or two talking about, we looked at that Vancouver destination report. We did a true up with what's in our pipeline. We actually are meeting the current demand. Our future, you remember those numbers off the top of your head, Chris?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but for the short term, we were fine in terms of capacity. Over the longer term, we have some policy amendments coming forward to you shortly in the fall.
How
that,
do we
should address
determine,
that.
how do we determine that we're fine if we're hearing from the industry that we're short rooms, that rates are rising exponentially, it's incredibly expensive to be here, and they're booking future business years out, like large conferences or sporting events, when they need to know they're going to have the supply? And if we're not building it, then, and having worked in the tourism sector, that those opportunities are severely constrained. So that flies at odds with what I hear. So can you
Well-
square that for me, that we are fine? Because everything I hear is that we are not fine on hotels.
All of the all of the warnings are real, and we need to pay attention to them. But what we actually have under construction today and in the pipeline meets the short-term demand that they projected that we needed.
Do you know, Teresa, off the top of your head, how many hotel rooms or hotels we have proceeding right now?
I don't, but we have it in a report,
Yeah, I
and if
get
you
that.
give us a couple of, on your second round, we'll be able to give you those numbers.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to move on to my next question, and it's a little bit of a follow-up on Councillor Joe's, and that is around with respects to strata and private property. It's interesting, we're seeing how significant the number of condo units are that are rented out. Obviously, some people don't feel it's not the same security of purpose-built rental, but particularly with the provincial rental restrictions being lifted, if those projects can proceed and can get built, and nonprofits are working to make the financing work some cases, why are we not looking to move some of those forward as well?
I think that when you look at the housing supply numbers that Dan presented last week, we are currently exceeding our targets in strata, so it didn't fall as a priority in my framework.
Okay, but targets do not align necessarily. They were not set when we knew we were going to have 60,000 new residents coming in. So
Right.
quantitatively,
Right.
by anybody's measure, whatever kind of housing, we are short. Are we not?
Yes, if we need to double the supply, we absolutely do, and that's the work of the Vancouver Housing Strategy over the summer, and we'll be bringing that work to you in early 2024.
Okay, so this is based on past targets, not necessarily on current anticipated demand?
Yes, and we know that given the new demand, it's one of the reasons we started the new 3-year action plan a little bit early, because we know we need to ramp up those targets.
Okay. Okay, so I've touched on the strata piece. I want to touch on the nonprofit piece, and this is really around how we can expedite some of these pieces. I hear a lot from the nonprofit sector that with VAHA, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency, run by the city, that we are too involved in the process too long, and then we're not releasing sites early enough that enable those nonprofits to get their financing earlier. And if we could release the city sites earlier, step out of the role of the city having being more active in the development process and let the nonprofits move forward, that they could get some of their financing early and get some built. So are we giving consideration to that with deployment of city sites and changing the model around VAHA being so involved?
I'll ask Armin or Paul to speak to that.
So, Councillor, there are a number of issues there that I think are appropriately addressed in camera. So I suggest we can address them there.
Okay, I'm just going to put that on the record that I think there's a real opportunity to support the nonprofit sector. The next one I want to go on to is really around the PEP process, because I do think that there's some validity. Maybe I can frame the question that we're in a bit of a cart and horse not having a Vancouver plan like the other municipalities, an official community plan. And when you have official area plan, it's a lot easier to accept applications. And so the PEP was also, I think, partly a recognition of that. Do you have suggestions on how, I do think that there's some really valid projects coming forward, and I think there's a lot of folks in the industry that are developers that are just testing the water and throwing it in and contributing to that 65. Do you have specific suggestions around how you can dissuade some of that volume, choking up staff time and the system? I'll come back.
We do have a second round of questions.
And we do have your hotel information when you come back. Okay.
Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Teresa and staff for this report and this update. I'm going to just follow up on a question that Councillor Zhou asked. How much time do you think we need realistically to drive through some of the updates to this policy framework?
How much time do we need to finish this?
To get the changes that you need that are going to help make this work better?
We are prepared to act as swiftly as the council is prepared to give direction. I think the council may want to think about some of the recommendations, see, like we've heard a couple of good areas that the council might want to put their thumbprint on this, particularly missing middle and maybe refinement of the PEP criteria. But we're prepared to turn this around as quickly as we get council action.
A number of my questions are going to be around time and outcomes. How much time savings should we expect from an enhanced rezoning as related to a normal rezoning?
An enhanced rezoning does take longer. It takes twice as long.
Okay.
Right. We're currently at capacity. We know there are a number of folks that want to come forward with enhanced rezoning. As soon as we start to clear some of the cases that are in now, and we add an additional staff team, it's probably going to, by the time we get folks hired and trained and deployed, it's probably 4 to 6 months. But I think we'll have additional staff capacity within that time frame.
In terms of addressing that capacity, have we given consideration to removing stages from, for example, the DP stage from single-family and laneway houses and take the work that staff does and have them trained to work on multifamily?
Take staff from the DP process and move them into zoning?
Remove the DP process for single-family and laneway house and consider moving that process into focusing on multifamily.
So that's policy work that would require a year or two effort at the minimum. So we wouldn't be able to, those staff resources wouldn't be available immediately, I guess is what I'm saying.
Should we be skipping public hearing? Again, this is a policy question, but can we endeavor to skip public hearings for projects that are in compliance of the zoning policy?
I would love to be able to do that. We currently do not have the authority to do that.
Legal delays are often cited by the community, a development community. Have we considered, and this is probably a question for the city manager, considered retaining outside lawyers to support our team?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So we do regularly retain external counsel on a whole number of legal matters in addition to our team. We're looking as one of the elements of our overall effort to reduce processing times, looking in a really concerted way at our legal agreements and streamlining those and updating those so that there are not bottlenecks in relation to either our resources or legal resources on the side of the applicants. So yeah, that's very much an issue that we're looking at.
Okay, thank you very much. On a similar vein, Teresa, have we given any additional consideration to the use of certified professionals for helping us move projects along?
I think that probably is more germane to the conversation in the PIP process. We don't use certified professionals in rezoning. Our rezoning framework is so complex. I don't know that we'd have anybody able to help us in that regard.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Great question. Again, certified professionals we use for building permits. So where they do work essentially on behalf of the city, and we're continually looking at that programming, looking to optimize it. So happy to speak to that further when we come back in June and talk about kind of that aspect of the process being building permits.
Thank you. I know this is more of a general question, but how many more units of housing can we estimate to be completed within this term using the changes that you're proposing versus no changes?
Gosh, I haven't calculated that number, but I can work on some math and get you a number on that.
Okay. And we're at time.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So similar to Councilor Klassen's questions around, and I appreciate the city manager's answer around certified professionals. Is there no wiggle room to see sort of some standardization in some of so that, I don't want to say cookie cutter approach, but some, like some out of the box kind of things that can move a little faster?
In zoning? Sure, absolutely. Can be townhouses on public hearing tonight. Absolutely one of those. We want to move to pre-zoning as much as possible. The province wants us to move pre-zoning as much as possible. Unfortunately, and the SRPs, you've been seeing a lot of SRPs coming. We've got 30 of those SRPs. You're hearing them every night in your public hearings. They're kind of like the can be townhouses. They're going through, they're non-controversial. As much as possible, we want to do that. If we could get the engineering exactions and SRPs, we would take them out of the stream today. We don't. Those are necessary changes that the province would have to enable the Vancouver Charter to allow us to do.
Expanding a little bit about, and this is kind of getting conceptual a bit, but there's a line in here around prioritizing applications with secured funding. And I hear from folks in the industry, that's almost like a dog chasing its tail, because, you need to get the kind of approvals in process, to get the funding in process. And are we creating a vicious cycle? Is there an opportunity to work with the financing folks or whoever it is that kind of, gives the developers the green light to get the funding, to get them? So is that part of the hang up? Because I hear that.
Yeah, that's a great question, right? And we've been doing a lot of work with Armin and BC Housing. We want to align criteria. We want to make sure that we're approving the kind of projects that BC Housing is willing to fund and that can secure CMHC financing. So Paul might also have an answer to this.
It's an excellent question, Councillor. We actually had a conversation with the leadership of BC Housing yesterday afternoon on this particular topic, and really looking to align as much as we can. And Dan Garrison was on that meeting and emphasized as well the need for us to be focusing our approvals on projects they're looking to fund. It's an issue we're going to have to work through with them, but they also agree, so that we're not processing applications for tons and tons of units that they're well beyond their funding capacity. So we are looking to integrate as much as possible.
Okay, so beyond the government partner funding, talking about banks and those kind of funders, is that part of this conversation? Is there an opportunity are we gatekeeping stuff that maybe?
I'm not going to be checking anybody's financials with their bank, right? It's our nonprofits, it's our funding partners is where I was looking at.
So that's not a thing, then we're not.
That's not a thing for me. I'm not qualified to do that.
Okay, so if somebody comes to you with an application and the funding's their problem, not our problem.
I do hear almost on a daily basis now, though, my project's in trouble, they want more equity, can you move my project up? I hear that constantly, and I know Armin's getting those calls, Paul's getting those calls, Dan's getting those calls. There's a lot of stress in the industry right now.
Yeah, and we collectively hear that as well, and I think that's definitely seems to be part of the problem. Just looking at my time here. Shifting a little bit to a totally different thing, I note on page 18 of the PEP, there's probably a Chris thing around art spaces as a priority. Are we looking at in industrial lands, like creating studio space as part of a more emergent priority?
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Is that coming back to us, or is that?
Yeah, that'll be back to you in the fall with our response to the motion around industrial modernization and tech hub collaboration.
So extrapolating, this would almost be like an inclusionary zoning piece to a industrial rezoning or whatever.
Yeah, so you've actually already seen some moves within the Broadway plan to allow the use of a commercial linkage fee to provide artist studios. So that's the type of thing that we would be looking at, as well as making sure that there are affordable opportunities for artist studios in industrial.
Does this contemplate density bonusing for inclusion of artist studios?
Yeah, so I think it's something we would be looking at. Whether the policy actually lands there or not is to be determined, but certainly we can look at that.
Okay, and that's coming back to us?
Yes, yeah, this fall.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I'm out of time with 5 seconds to spare.
there is a second round. Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Well, I've heard loud and clear that if there is pre-zoning that fits, it moves things faster. And so we want it like half the time of non-compliant, which is like amazing. So we are doing that piecemeal through like the Broadway plan and other things, but I've heard also loud and clear, it's the Vancouver plan that's going to deliver an official community plan that will have the zoning in place that will increase compliance. So what's the timeline on the Vancouver plan to get to that OCP? And what will the involvement of the public be in determining that, that new zoning?
Great, thank you for the question, Councilor Carr. Just one clarification, the OCP is, while it's a bylaw, it'll be a non-regulatory bylaw, and so you won't be able to zone straight to the OCP. What it does do is lay out very clearly what the land uses are throughout the city. It provides a tremendous simplification. We do have layers of complexity of policy that we will have to clean up and will clean up as in the process of developing the OCP. So just some clarification on the sort of the outcomes of that process. And we will get that document to this council before the end of its term.
So is the pre-zoning or the change in zoning so that there is more chance of compliance throughout the city, is that going to be done on a, you know, sub-plan like the Broadway plan or station area plans basis, and those get compiled into the OCP?
In some instances, yes. That we'll probably need to do some additional corridor planning, like wherever the rapid transit corridor, whether it's 49th or 41st, that. Then station areas, those can be particular typologies. But like the missing middle, that's going to completely change all the vision areas, right? Because that's increasing all that density. Then we'll have to go back in and do some neighborhood centers and neighborhood villages. But those are so yes, kind of both ways. I thought Francis was going to hand me a question here. But time's up, Francis.
Okay, so moving to missing middle and the idea of the kind of housing that's going to get delivered. We've had several conversations at this table around how we could make the application process easier if we had things like some standard plans, like that Vancouver special 2.0 idea that former Councillor Wee brought up. Are we thinking at all along those lines?
We're thinking about that, and again in June you'll hear about the the artificial intelligence that will do some plan checking for us. It's a really exciting program. We think that it's going to really accelerate that that plan review process, particularly for the kind of DP portion of a single family permit. And what we're also learning, we've been doing a lot of really great workshops with these builders. And our last one, I think the mayor made a guest appearance for us, and we had about 75 builders there. And and some consistent designs are starting to emerge. We'd like the industry to emerge those ideas for us. And then if it makes sense to do a cookie cutter, we absolutely can take a look at that.
Well, that's the first time that I've heard we're going to have AI in here checking plans, so that'll be an interesting process. There's a bit controversial out there around AI, but look forward to that. Thinking about those plans, and the plans are one part of it, have we at all contemplated moving forward in a faster way, things like modular housing, prefab modular housing? There's some incredible designs out there. The forest industry in BC is, looking to really move forward on that, and it does decrease the construction time and cost. So, any thoughts there?
That's something I'll probably leave to my colleague Andrea Law to discuss, and I'll make sure that she's aware of that interest when the presentation comes in June.
Okay, that's great. Final question. You know what? I don't have time to answer. I'm going to go back on the list again. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Conveniently, many of my questions were already asked by others. big picture, the early slide spoke to the need to be aligning with senior government priorities to get more senior government funding. And certainly it's been a large conversation, the relatively insignificant amount of federal housing funds that we've been able to land in Vancouver. So just hoping to hear from you if the staff recommendations before us now put us in a stronger position to be receiving more of that federal funding.
Yes, I believe they do.
Okay.
Yes.
And any other suggestions, recommendations for how we put Vancouver in a better place to be landing that federal support?
Dan and his colleagues in finance and ACCS and Baja are working on our application now. They're developing those ideas. The report will be brought to council in June, and we may have some new ideas that we'd like you to consider at that time.
I'll look forward to it. One of the slides mentioned an PEP. I don't know what we're calling it. PEP, enhanced rezoning in the downtown east side. And I know the specific affordability requirements in the downtown east side are often the subject of conversation and pretty important to the community. Would the enhanced rezoning shift the affordability requirements?
That's what we're looking at. We know that projects haven't been able to come forward under the current requirements. The numbers just don't work. And so that's part of the work that Dan and his team are exploring now, is like, what is the sweet spot there? And if we want to keep those percentages, how much additional height and density is required to make those work? But they've done a lot of really good work on that, and do we have any early directions yet? It looked like September, and we'll bring some early directions to council around looking at adjusting those policies.
Okay, but more about adjusting height and density than reducing affordability requirements?
We could go, Dan's saying he can go either way. We can go either way on that. And maybe what we do is present it to council as a trade-off. You'll need this much additional height, or you need to reduce the requirements to get a market viable project.
Okay. Similar to my other question, I've heard this provincial government, the premier as premier and previously as housing minister, talk about the need to support the downtown east side as a primarily low-income community, but be building the better housing. So I guess the question is how we can keep our own policies in alignment with that goal to again make sure we're working in partnership there. Maybe that's all for the report in September.
Yeah, thank you. I think in terms of the downtown east side and the ability to maintain the sort of low-income nature, support the lower-income folks there with better housing, that's going to rely on provincial funding anyway. So there's sort of a natural alignment that needs to be sort of arrived at in order to achieve those goals. So our goals are going to have to line up with the province on that to be successful.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. My last question is around co-housing. We have some successful, beloved co-housing projects in Vancouver. I regularly hear about how challenging they have been for a whole myriad of reasons. And I know they're a relatively small number of units, but I didn't see any reference to them. I'm wondering what it would look like for us to make co-housing as one piece of affordable home ownership and more community-oriented housing easier in the process. Do we have any tools for sort of prioritizing co-housing over other market
Can you roll that into this,
or within market housing?
Yeah, I was just checking with Dan is if in Appendix A in the housing strategy, if he would roll that in, but he thinks it would be beneficial to have additional council direction, particularly on that.
Okay, and council direction to look at ways to streamline co-housing and bring recommendations forward, something
Right.
like that?
And just add it into this bucket, right?
Add to Appendix A.
Yep.
Great, that is my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe. Okay, thank you very much. Can we? Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So thanks very much for all of this work, really important work, and also for working through all of these questions. There's some overlap, so forgive me if I ask a question that's already been asked in a different way.
Sure.
But I think we need to be really clear with this report because it's providing some pretty important direction potentially. So one of the questions that I have is around this idea of a criteria. And so we have in Appendix A different sort of discernible factors between applications of which staff are saying would be good to prioritize to speed up this process. There are things that are not in this list, of course, related to affordable home ownership, missing middle, some of the lower density policy work that we know has been a topic of conversation here. What is the risk of adding those items, let's say, to Appendix A potentially, in terms of having the adverse effect of slowing things down even further or not?
So there's no risk to council making any adjustments that they want to this. This was my best guess at mind reading what the council might want. Sometimes I'm good at that, sometimes I'm not. So if there's things that we've missed, then it should be added. If there's things that this council doesn't think we need to have a focus on anymore, they should be subtracted. I guess my only caution would be if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. It is a prioritization exercise. Doesn't mean that we'll stop looking at some things altogether. It just means you're giving us direction to where am I spending the most time? Where am I putting my A team?
Yeah, and so that's sort of where I was headed because I'm not advocating to add things, to be honest. I actually think that we need to not undermine what we're actually doing here by adding too much. So it's just striking that balance.
Perfect.
Okay, one of the things that I looked at around key partner and critical infrastructure is life-saving facilities related to mental health supports, detox centers, recovery centers. We know the project at First and Clark has been ongoing for a number of years. Now, I know not necessarily held up in a city process per se, but is that a consideration here to add that to the list? I see childcare, fire halls, things like that.
Yes, that would be a good addition.
Do you need an amendment for that?
No, I don't think so. I think we've got that here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be considered critical life-saving.
Yes.
Yeah, hospitals, things like that. Okay, great. Second question is related to, or third, is related to the additional consideration, noting in the report it says A, here it says D. I'm sure it needs to be D so that it doesn't, replace H, so that's just a process question. Also, how long before, if this was to be added and passed, how long before that would come back to council?
If council is prepared to give me direction today, we'll turn it around immediately. If you need a couple of weeks or an additional briefing session, or you want to see this come back, we will respond as quickly as the council can give us direction.
Okay, so within a couple of weeks of whenever that direction happens. Okay, that's great. Questions related to, is council likely to receive an update on the Housing Accelerator Fund, recognizing that whole program is being formed right now, I think?
Yes, you will receive an update in June.
In June?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I had a similar question around affordability embedded in plans and how they change over time. And I think you spoke to that.
Yeah.
Is that going to be, that could be further direction that council is going to provide? My question is, coming back to D, is there sufficient direction in D to enable planning staff to bring forward applications that overlap, meaning the criteria outlined in the Vancouver plan, the Housing Vancouver strategy, big ideas and foundational principles? There's a lot there. So again, just checking to see, is that clear enough direction for staff to be able to discern what projects council is going to want to see that are not necessarily just 100% secured rental, but cover childcare, job space, secured rental, meet the affordability threshold, things like that?
Yes, I believe so, but I do think the one thing that was raised today is a missing middle component, if the council would like to add a missing middle component.
Okay,
We're
that's
at
my
time.
time. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Joe?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm going to continue with my question in the first round. So if we pass this prioritization framework today, and let's say if in 2 years we want to change the prioritization, how much time you need to come up with a new prioritization? And how much time you need to implement the new one?
So what we'd like to do is if the council greenlights this today or in the short term, in the near term, I would bring it back to you as soon as my backlog is unclogged, right? And I would come back and say, okay, volumes have returned to normal, we've got staff capacity, things are looking pretty good. Do you want to, we've secured funding from the province, from the feds. Once the immediate problems, the challenges have been handled, then we'll come back and say, okay, things are looking a little better. Do you want to readjust? Absolutely, we can do that in a year. I think it'll be about a year before we see things normalize.
Okay.
But happy to continue to report back to council and make any adjustments that this council feels are necessary.
Okay, thanks. And also, how do we balance the planning works and the infrastructure ready? You know, some of the projects, they don't have the infrastructure. How do we balance and prioritize? We do planning first and then the infrastructure that is already in place.
That's a process that many of our area plans, like the Broadway plan, the Canby plan, have a public benefit strategy that includes the infrastructure, but in terms of citywide, we do not. That is a project that's being led out of the city manager's office to look at how we move towards a citywide public benefit strategy, tie it to a capital plan so that we can have some predictability on funding and that we're not kind of chasing these developments.
Okay, thanks. And the other question is, I think Appendix A says we need significant office space in the high demand locations. But knowing that our vacancy rate is about 80%.
8.
Yeah, about 8%. That's right. So, I think working from home will be a trend in the future.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so have we done any consultation with the BIA or other organizations to see if really we need to prioritize office or we should focus on residential building?
You know, I believe that Chris can't, oh, there he is. Don't sneak up on me like that. I think we're going to see a continued demand for office. 8% is not high. What we'll need to do is think about repositioning Class B and Class C office as this new Class A office comes online. You'll see major tenants starting, when their leases come due, they'll start to shift to the newer product. And so I think we need to be thinking about a strategy that repurposes Class B and Class C office. And Chris, are you working with the BIAs on that?
Yeah, well, so we would work with a range of stakeholders, including the BIAs and other office employers, NAOP and UDI and that sort of thing. So that would be expected. Teresa's right. We are still seeing a range of office demand, and we expect that will amp up over time.
Okay, thanks. So now I'm going to ask some operational questions. So page 5, seeing that the volume is more than double of our normal workload. So what is our normal workload? And how does that compare to other municipalities? Do we have that number?
We have the number in Dan's housing report from last week. We are lapping other cities. We are doing thousands and thousands and thousands of more approvals than the other cities in the lower mainland. So we've got very high approvals. It's still not enough, right? Typically, this council can see 60 to 70 zoning cases a year. I want to move as many of those off your plate as possible, put them right into DP. And then we've been working with the clerk's office to ramp up. You've got 7 cases tonight, and you will see an increasing volume.
Okay, thanks. I'm almost running out of the time. So the other question, very quick. So how much extra staff you need to catch up the demand? Have we done any analysis of that?
Yeah, I think just one team will do it. I think we've got permission to hire 4 or 5, 3 or 4 folks. And we've got those positions open now. We're currently recruiting and interviewing.
You're
Okay,
correct.
thanks.
Sorry.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'll start off with the answer to my question around how many hotels we have in the pipeline and number of hotel rooms that are moving forward.
Yeah, so the Destination Vancouver numbers reflected that by 2030, we would have approximately 1,745 units. Our own estimations from March are showing 2,500, so a little over 500 in addition to 2030. Now, beyond that, when we project those numbers out and we start to look at the long term, we believe there is a gap, and that's what our work on the hotel policy coming back to you in early next year would try to address the longer term.
Okay, so
piece.
2,500 by 2030, 7 years away. We have FIFA in 2026 coming up and a lot of need for it. How many do we have coming in half that time in the next 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, and so I'd have to take that away and look at the development statistics, but we do know that it's urgent. We get these hotels under construction if we plan to meet the FIFA timelines for sure.
Okay, on the hotel policy that's coming early next year, I actually put a motion together last term and was advised that we didn't need that because staff were working on the policy and that would come forward shortly to council. So that we've gone through a 4-year term and now we're looking at early next year to come forward. Is there any way to expedite that report versus the report itself being a year away as to how we're going to expedite hotels?
Yeah, so I can say that the work is underway and we have a consultant on board right now providing us with, economic testing. We can look at trying to get it to you sooner, but it is reliant on some complex technical analysis and the balancing of, demands, land use demands.
Are we looking at things like allowing more geographic areas, like around mixed-use buildings so that you could have different tenure types,
Yeah,
office, rental, and hotel all in a building? Like, what
Yeah,
kind
and certainly work underway, within Broadway has prioritized hotels as well. We know the Granville Entertainment District is another area where there is definitely interest. We also know that there's a need to diversify our hotel supply, both from a geographic position and a price point.
Okay, so we are looking at things like mixed use? Potentially?
Yes, we would look at mixed use.
I want to go back a little bit to the process question, and there's a couple of statements the staff made that really struck me, and one was that we have more projects in the pipeline than council can approve, quote unquote, and also with respects to the backlog could extend over multiple years for staff in terms of the capacity to overcome. So my question is, we've had some public hearings this term where we've had just 2 items or 3 items, and I don't remember a public hearing last term where we were not chock-a-block and full and going the full time, and we've been finishing up these public hearings an hour, hour and a half. So are we going to, fill the public hearings, and have we looked at other opportunities like doubling the amount of public hearings, scheduling them during the day, if we're at the capacity to approve, and this is a real priority, and we've got 60,000 new residents coming and we're not meeting demand, are we looking at some practical things like just slating more hours for council to physically approve these?
Yes. Yes, all of those things. We did have a slow kind of ramp up. And that's due to a number of different factors, but you'll see there's 7 items on your agenda tonight. June is very full, July is very full, and the fall will be 7, 8 items per agenda, yes.
Okay, but can we expect additionally, like additional public hearing schedule, daytime public hearings?
I'm looking at Rosemary.
So council, on your agenda today, you have procedure bylaw amendments.
Yes, we do.
That's one of the things that you could potentially consider there.
Okay, because it would seem maybe a follow-up through to the city manager, it would seem if that's one simple way to get projects going is just have more council time.
Entirely, yeah. The last council did consider that and decided to stick with public hearings in the evenings. So I think extending public hearings for a longer period of time into the afternoon, we do start to run into some issues around council's availability with metro committees and otherwise. The clerk can assist with that, but there's definitely opportunity to expand the number of the length of public hearings.
Right. But council, and maybe a follow-up through the chair, if I can, to you, but council could take a view that it's more essential to deliver the housing than it is if we get 7 of 10 council members in a meeting to get 10 of 10 at every meeting?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
We can happy to answer any questions about that when we get to the procedure bylaw item as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. That's my time. Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on balance, and looking at the fact that 2/3 of the PEP applications have failed, has PEP as a policy been worth doing?
I think it is. I think we need to be responsive to the development community. Many of our developers are multinational developers. They work all across Canada. They work in the United States. If there are good ideas in other cities that I don't know about them, they're going to bring them to me. And I think the process allows that conversation, which we wouldn't normally have. Now, is it a kind of a waiver of all rules because a particular landowner paid too much for a piece of property? No. But I think if it's unlocking new ideas that are successful in other places, we should be open to those ideas. Absolutely.
But when those proposals fail, there's significant costs associated with every one of them that ultimately will be paid by either the renter or the homeowner for those projects.
Well, the PEP is a very inexpensive way to test policy. It's a $5,000 application fee. When we're not backlogged, we can usually turn those responses around in 10 to 12 weeks. So it's a cheap, quick way to test an idea.
How long should a proponent realistically have to wait before they meet with one of your staff?
They should have to wait no more than a couple of days. Yeah, and they should get a return phone call or an email within 24 hours.
Okay. You know that there are those out there that say that it's taking them weeks and sometimes much longer to get replies back.
Then they should contact me directly.
Okay. Are you asking staff to come back to the office?
Yes. Our staff is required to be in the office 2 days a week, particularly the folks in zoning and development process, development planners are in the office almost every day. I am in the office every day.
Okay. I'm sorry, this is a terribly loaded question, but are we in a housing crisis?
Absolutely we are. That's why we need to act with urgency on the recommendations in this report today.
Some would say that we don't conduct ourselves as though that there was a crisis. That's fine. When it comes, I understand that there's been development permit board meeting cancellations, and is that a sign that we're not moving things through at enough pace?
It's a sign that the industry is not bringing these approvals to completion.
Okay.
We're approving things that aren't moving to DP.
Are there measures that we can take to reduce the scope creep?
Yes, absolutely. And we're working on that now, particularly in the DP process. We have just impaneled a committee of stakeholders to walk through the DP process and help us understand their customer experience, where we can streamline, what are the squeeze points for them, what we can, and which policies prior to conditions particularly that we can eliminate so that their response can be faster.
Is the urban design panel one of the causes of that additional scope creep?
No.
Okay. Should we just accept, and this is my sort of last question here, and again, should we accept that our policies have not kept up with today's reality? I'm hearing a lot of policies that are in the way.
Yes. Our policies are in the way. We need to reduce and eliminate as many as possible, and that work is underway with the planning department now. It's been a key focus of mine since I got here, and with the switch to the Vancouver plan, we cannot continue to do business the way we're doing business.
Right. Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Great. Yep, I just had one question I didn't have time for last time, and that is really around the idea of the right supply. I think we've all identified that we know we need housing that is going to be affordable for the majority of people who are working within the city, and that's, I think we've said $80,000 per year house or per household and under. We know it's like really acute below that. I'm asking if the right supply is going to be evident or clear to us through decisions around the next iteration of Housing Vancouver. And associated with that, how much do you, or will we be given a choice as a council as to how much we would include in that new Housing Vancouver strategy, the development of condos and market housing in order to provide CACs to fund the more affordable housing?
So, Dan, come up. We will provide you that information, particularly as it relates to income bands and affordability and housing types, and try to match those two, but.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. You might remember from our discussions at the end of the last term when we talked about the new approach to new targets and the refresh of Housing Vancouver. We're going to approach it by developing several scenarios of targets. If you want to achieve these outcomes, you would do these things. If you want to achieve different outcomes, you would do different things. So I think there's definitely going to be a choice that we'll put to the community and to council ultimately about which way you want to go, how much of that need should be met in Vancouver, how much of that regional demand does this council want to take on here in the city. All of those questions will be, I think, part of what we'll be working through and bringing back to council for direction. Certainly the discussion and the question about how we continue to finance growth, given the shift to rental and non-market supply, is an important question that will be a consideration.
Yeah, Dan, I'm also interested in how much of the growth will be needed to finance, or the housing will be needed to finance growth. Beyond that, it's to finance affordability. I think that's really what I'm questioning.
Yep.
So right supply in my mind is meeting the needs of those who are most desperate for affordable housing. But could right supply include market condos because we need the cash in order to get the affordability?
Yes, and that's part of the discussion about the need for market housing and including market condominiums. But we also have to remember that in terms of the demand for new housing, we also have a significant number of households in this city living in single detached housing right now, unmortgaged, significant amount of equity, households that are aging that need more diverse housing to live in their communities. Not necessarily going to be an affordability issue for those folks, but it is an issue of the types of supply and the types of housing that are available in communities across the city. So that's an important consideration too.
Okay, and when are we getting these reports back, especially the housing?
We're launching that in the summer and the fall, and so then we'll be doing work. We are a little bit behind where we wanted to be because the census data is coming out. So we're looking at 2024 coming back to council with that, but we'll have to set the timeline still for exactly what our target date is.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Back to you, Teresa. If it's going to take a while to get that information back and council to make the decisions on the new Housing Vancouver strategy, in the interim, will right supply focus on the affordability measures, or will it also include condos to give us the, development fees and CACs?
I think we'll be looking at both, because both in the provincial and federal funding that's coming down, there are, they do speak to missing middle and different ranges of affordability. So that will give us an opportunity to look at those segments as well.
It'd be good to have council informed around how much we need to approve of the market supply in order to provide the affordability for the housing that's most in need.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. And thank you for doing such a stellar job of standing there and dealing with all these questions. Bam, bam, bam. Good stuff.
Team behind me.
Yeah, and the team. Thank you to Paul. So reflecting a letter we got from the UDI yesterday afternoon, and one of their kind of key asks, and I'm assuming you saw this as well, was prioritizing policies. And I'm curious, thoughts on how that would work and your impression of what that could look like.
I agree with the concepts behind that, but those aren't going to put units on the ground today. I need units on the ground today. That's very important work that can happen in year 2, year 3, year 4. I need to put units on the ground today. And so I agree with everything other than their timing.
Yeah, sure. No, I saw that too. What was the extent of industry consultation on this work? I know we got a letter from one developer who said he just found out about it, and just out of curiosity, how have we engaged with the industry on?
I did not go out and engage in the industry on this, but this is what I'm hearing from the industry every day. They're seeking, and you know, albeit we've got letters from UDI and some others saying we shouldn't be prioritizing. I get those requests every day. I know you get those requests every day. I know Paul gets those requests. This is an attempt to be responsive to the stressors that are going on in the development industry today.
Okay, now looking at some of the process pieces, and we've talked about this before, the idea of a concurrent DP and rezoning, and not seeing that explicitly mentioned here, and I know that it is sort of permissible generally within the charter and all that kind of construct. Is there any wiggle room for that? Do we see that as a potential outcome? I know on some of the Canby stuff, it's looking that way.
Yes, and and it's one of the conversations we're having with the development community as we work through this committee. The committee's met twice, and we should give you an update on that committee and what they're looking at and their timeframes. But we will have that committee work done with the UDI representatives by late summer and be bringing some recommendations to council in early fall, August or September. Joyce, I'm looking at you. Yep, September. And we're exploring those opportunities with them. And we're also going to look at all of the processes within it, particularly the urban design panel. We will look at that also.
So that, to be clear then, that is something that could actually help speed some of this up as a concurrent
Yes.
DP rezoning?
Yes.
Okay. Public open houses, any feedback that wasn't captured here on the efficiency of public open houses process? Is that working?
Seems to be working pretty well. It's an online process now. In the enhanced rezonings, we like to get out in the neighborhood and actually have real-time conversations with neighbors and area stakeholders, but we're not seeing any problems with the online open houses now.
Okay, so these are just for clarification though, these are conducted by the applicant with city input?
Oh, well, the applicant will often do their own open house to get some immediate feedback and to make sure they get that all-important article in the Daily Hive.
But not a requirement then?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, okay. All right. Lastly, and with my last little bit of time here, any contemplation of what parking minimums may impact this coming forward in the future stuff that Paul was mentioning? Is that?
I think engineering will probably be taking a look at that. I think not only do we want to reduce, if not eliminate parking minimums, we should be looking at parking maximums. Because typically we will lower our minimum requirement. A lot of developments will park in excess of that.
And so that is forthcoming as well?
Might be. Don't want to speak for long, but something that we're talking about.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, we can follow up with the engineering team. Certainly, they're looking at traffic and parking conditions as one of the issues that we're managing through the process, separate from kind of bylaw requirements around what the minimums are. But we can circle back with them on that.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that the parking needs and the excavation attended to that and all that kind of piece does add a lot of burden to some of this.
A lot of cost.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Sim, oh, that's me. Okay, well, first of all, thank you so much for all the hard work that you and the entire team has done, and I will echo Councillor Fry's comments. Thanks for standing up there for, it seems like, the last 2 hours. So, you know, first, I want to celebrate the fact that we are lapping other jurisdictions in, you know, the approvals. My question to you is, how are we doing in terms of length of time that it takes to approve projects relative to other jurisdictions?
It takes too long in Vancouver. You'll get no argument from me. And there is a current backlog that is extending what was previously too long. That's what I'm trying to get through this clog so that we can get it back to our not operating schedule, but also reduce that as much as possible because it does take too long. Absolutely.
Okay, so then is tracking the number of approvals the wrong metric to be tracking?
It's a comparative metric that we can look at other cities. There are certainly internal processes that we need to speed up. And we also look at the amount of time that we have an application and the amount of time the customer keeps an application. So we continue to look for efficiencies, but how we can move those customer applications to success earlier is also very important. And I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but on a prior to conditions, they might have 14, 15 pages. Are those all necessary? Let's condense those, get to the really critical ones, use a kind of a risk-based approach, focus on maybe 2 pages. So instead of taking 4 months to respond, the applicant can take a month to respond.
Okay,
That's
so
part of our customer-facing work.
it seems like number of approvals and speed or length of time for approvals, there's sort of lag indicators. Are there a few lead indicators that you guys focus on that you can share with us that sort of, you know, the way I look at it, like, you know, number of approvals and length of time, it's kind of like the score at the end of the game. Like, we won 3-2. But really, the game is won and how many hits and sort of how many times you had shots on goals and your Corsi index. So what are those lead indicators when it comes to, you know, housing that we should be looking at?
One of course, is reducing all the complex policy that we have. And we will be coming back and asking council to reduce, sunset, eliminate a lot of these policies that are just decades and decades out of date. But that's work that's not going to produce an immediate short term, but that's very important work. Other things will be like reducing the time it takes the applicant to get back by clarifying and simplifying what our requirements are, and if we should even be regulating some things. Some things we might not even need to be regulating. And the third thing, of course, is for us to understand why it's taking, like, when we do a policy inquiry, the average time after we respond to an applicant's inquiry, the average time for them to get us back a full application is 2 years. So why is it taking 2 years? What's going on in that 2-year period? And how can we get them back in with an application so that we can get those units on the ground? So that's the kind of work that we're doing in this exploratory committee with the UDI partners.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep.
Councillor Meisner.
Hey, thank you. I was thinking about Vancouver Plan, and gosh, can't wait for that.
Me either.
You said that it will come at the end of our term, right? Is that the timing for that?
We're trying. We've actually got a workshop with law at the end of this week because we're trying to understand the legal framework and how we can speed that up. I would like to get it to you as quickly as possible, but right now it's looking about 3 years out. If I can reduce that time, I absolutely want to do it.
Okay, and is that because of charter changes that will be required?
Yes.
Okay. What sort of conversations are we having with the province on that right now?
Right now, we're talking to them a lot. We talk to them at least, we've been talking to them once or twice a month, and we believe we're going to be doing probably weekly meetings with them over the summer.
Okay. Would you say that the work that still needs to be done is more planning, or is it the changes that the province needs to allow us to make to the charter?
It's both. We need, and I'm trying to track those parallel so that when the legal framework is there, then I'm ready to go with the policy.
Okay. In terms of the policy and the planning work, are we resourced to do that given all these other competing priorities?
I believe we are.
Okay.
And if I get in trouble, I'll come back and let you know.
Okay. Have we considered, I mean, obviously the province realizes the crisis situation we're in with housing. So I believe they'd be very motivated to do the changes that we need as soon as possible, or I would hope so. Have we considered hiring more resources or engaging external experts or consultants to get this plan in place, or just speed up the delivery of it so we get it in a year or two as opposed to 3.5 years from now?
We could absolutely look at that. We hadn't thought about that. And we do use consultants for financial testing and some of our economic work, but we hadn't looked at other areas. We can certainly do that. The province absolutely wants us to be successful. They know that we are producing more units than anybody else in the Lower Mainland. They want us to continue that track record. So they are very cooperative, and they're showing a keen interest and are supplying a lot of staff time to help us get there.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Sure, no more questions. Okay, where are we here? Okay, so we will, how are we doing? Yep. We will now hear from speakers. I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver, if it is not noted on the speakers list. We will now hear from the first registered speaker, Joe, is it Carrera? I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced your name. Carrera?
Carrera, yes, thank you. Thank you.
Take the car.
Thank you. I feel like I'm coming a little late to the party here. You guys have a really good grasp of this, and enjoyed the presentation, Teresa, and the discussion. I'll add sort of our 2 bits on this, so thank you for the time. Good morning, Mayor Sim, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Joe Carrera, VP of Development at Conwest Developments, also a longtime City of Vancouver resident. I'm here today to share some thoughts on the Prioritization Framework Report. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that's involved in getting this kind of report to Council. So about Conwest, for those that don't know us, Conwest, we're a Vancouver-based, privately owned real estate development company doing work across Metro Vancouver since the early 80s. We are proud of our innovation and track record delivering award-winning projects such as Ironworks in East Vancouver and House in Mount Pleasant. Before addressing the report specifically, I'd like to start by providing some context, which is some of it's been covered today, but immigration targets are expanding, creating a significant need for all types of housing in the city. While progress has been made in terms of City of Vancouver approvals, there remains a desperate need for housing supply across the housing continuum, including home ownership units. And we've heard a lot of that today as well. We are in challenging market conditions with huge increases in interest rates, not to be understated, by central banks, affecting development costs and project valuations. I know staff's hearing it from all of us. The senior level of government funding has been robust, which is great. It's my past life as well, so it's really great to see that. Although, keep in mind, right, the funding has outstripped the supply, with as little as 25% of units in some cases receiving funding. These conditions will continue to make it challenging to convert projects from approval to construction, and we've heard a lot of that today as well. In addition, there exists a desperate need for childcare. We haven't heard too much today on that in the city. I know the council has made childcare spaces a priority, and that the city's latest childcare strategy, Making Strides, highlights the fact that less than half the families seeking licensed childcare in Vancouver today can find full-time space. In some districts of Vancouver, such as King Edward Village area, only 30% of the needs are met for licensed childcare. We've had the opportunity to meet with the YMCA and the city's one of the city's largest childcare providers, and they have over 9,000 children on their waiting list in Vancouver. The Cedar Cottage Neighborhood House has also experienced high demand for spaces. These are primarily young families that have secured some form of housing but need childcare. Unfortunately, in frustration, many of these families do leave the city. We feel that in times like this, it's important to break away from long-held policies and embrace innovation, entrepreneurship, and take advantage of opportunities available today that deliver homes and amenities. The prioritization framework report provides an opportunity to embrace innovative projects. The PEP process, for example, provides an avenue to address rezoning proposals that don't comply with outdated policies or plans. And as we've talked about today as well, 46 PEP applications since October 2021, with only 11 applications meeting the minimum. We were one of those, not 11, the others. And as talked about today, this may be an indicator that more flexibility is needed in the PEP process. Some more specifics on the report that I'd like to raise as a bit of a concern. So figure 1, and I apologize if I'm interpreting this incorrectly, Teresa. Figure 1, a summary of the proposed strategies. So housing crisis is included as a priority issue, of course, but perhaps childcare crisis should also be included as a priority issue. Also, figure 1 suggests prioritize and increase the housing supply through the housing continuum, and that's been talked about today. Figure 2, targeting timelines, proposes that non-compliant new PEPs would be suspended. I understand that the city is overwhelmed with applications, but some good projects would be left behind. Figure 3 indicates that lower priority applications will be delayed until process levels normalize. This could be a long time coming. In Appendix A, the prioritization framework, home ownership units are not mentioned in the matrix. And as talked about today, that these type of units do free up spaces. And childcare is included if it's in the 4-year capital plan. This significantly limits the opportunities to deliver much needed childcare. Appendix B, the 4-year work plan, could also specifically include homeownership units. Appendix C, rezoning of volumes, as we talked about, only 13% of those in rezoning are strata units.
And Joe,
Finally, a few recommendations is to revisit the prioritization.
I apologize. You are at time, but you do have a question.
Okay.
Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for advocating for childcare.
Yeah.
Because I'm also advocating for childcare a lot. My baby is 18 months. We are still waiting for childcare. But I just want to remind you, childcare is one of the top priority if you look at Appendix A. So that's the reason why we didn't talk too much about childcare in the council. But it is actually one of the top priority here.
Right.
Okay, that's all, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Claassen.
Could you just finish your final point, Sarah?
Oh, thank you. It's only 30 seconds, but the recommendations would be to revisit the prioritization framework for rezoning inquirers to focus on delivering housing across the continuum and community amenities in locations that make sense with neighborhood support. Another idea is to include attainable home ownership units and childcare as priorities under the prioritization framework. And another idea in terms of addressing the backlog and maximizing opportunities, perhaps a cost recovery model could be implemented to cover additional staff time on projects. And I have more details about our project if anyone's interested. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for coming in. When you talk about attainable home ownership, what incomes are we talking about for affordability, like prices, incomes, et cetera?
Yeah, well, I mean, what jumps to mind is the average income couple in Vancouver, 120,000 a year is sort of the average, I think, on census. So to me, that's a group that could, a strata ownership can be attainable at that level of income, even with these interest rates.
So you feel confident that you could develop, say, 1-bedroom condos for potential buyers at 120,000 household income?
That's right. There could be some at that price for sure.
You feel that you would be able to do that even in today's,
In today's market, that's
really?
right.
Okay. Because I agree that that is a huge gap, and I was one of those people 15 years ago, and
Yeah.
that's the only reason I'm in the market now. So
Yeah, we all were, right? Or not
super
all, but yeah.
important. Okay. Childcare, you're talking, I assume you're referring to a specific project that you're trying to get through the PEP process, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it was not intended to talk about my project specifically, but yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What has been your experience with that process? How long did it take you to hear back, et cetera, when you first made the application?
Yeah, we've been in, I mean, we like to work collaboratively with staff and over a number of years and be part of the process and be part of the solution. We applied, I don't know, it's been sometime in 2021. We heard back after a few months. It was just not a priority project the way we were presenting it. And just one of those projects, it happens to be the neighborhood I grew up in 50 years ago. So it's a bit of a motherhood project for me. But it's, a site, it's about opportunity, right? It's about taking an opportunity. This is a site in a neighborhood plan that really has seen not much development in 20 years and being governed by policy that's over 20 years old. And so, it's about missing an opportunity. The opportunities in front of us as a group. What can we do here for the community? Kitty Corner was recently approved supportive housing project through BC Housing. So there's things happening in the neighborhood, and it'd be great to see more and take advantage of the opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Right. Joe, thank you very much for your time and coming in.
Great. Thank you.
The next speaker we have online, actually by phone, is John Stovell. John, are you on, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and again, thanks to staff for the work they've done here. John Stovell, President of Reliance Properties. I'm also the chair of the Urban Development Institute, although I'm not speaking for UDI today. They've sent a letter. So I want to be clear that I'm opposed to this report going forward. And more broadly, industry is not in support of this letter, including UDI, in support of this policy, including UDI and individual other developers. Last time I spoke to council was the Broadway Plan Pace of Change report, which I was happy to see that council did not advance. And this, to me, is another sort of slowdown plan, similar to Pace of Change, but effectively for the whole city, so even more worrying. This is a report, about how to prioritize applications, and not a report about how to prioritize procedures and policies. And it's going to lead to less approvals of housing over time. We should be talking about prioritizing housing and getting processes out of the way. A lot of the backlog that staff has described is self-inflicted by I suppose, the collective actions of staff and past councils. For instance, why in the Broadway corridor plan does every application have to be a rezoning when the OCP for Broadway effectively anticipates height and scale and use right down to the block by block level? And why have we gone even further with the backlog by strongly recommending to applicants that every single Broadway application not only be a rezoning but also a letter of inquiry before it's a rezoning, which adds another step to the process. Inquiries were submitted starting, I think, back in September of 2022, and I'm not aware of a single one having advanced yet that's under inquiries. And looking more to the specifics of this report, staff should not be trying to pick winners and losers among applications. This is not their expertise or role. Rezonings now take 3 years minimum. Development permits have increased dramatically in the time required, 2 to 3 years for significant projects, and building permits another year. How can staff propose to know when the applicant does not even know that a project is finalized, financed, and ready to build? This is simply not knowable 5 to 6 years in advance of building. We ask that you send this report back to staff asking for advice, not on how to slow down applications and cull applications and prioritize applications, but instead on how to speed up processing. The new volumes mentioned may be the new normal and what is needed in a housing crisis. And I'm happy to answer any questions as well as comment on some of the discussion around both hotel, office, and the policy inquiry process. Thank you.
Great. John, thank you very much for your comments, and they've been noted. Seeing no questions, I'm going to move to Michael Mortensen. Michael, are you on the phone?
I am on the line, yes. Thank you very much. Michael Mortensen. I'm a long-term resident of Vancouver, a professional urban planner, director of livable city planning, and a former city planner and a former affordable housing manager with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, predating my days at the city, so intimately involved in housing production. I, too, oppose the approval of this slowdown proposal. Like I think John, echoing many of John's comments, I think it is a little echo of the rate of change policy plan that was rejected by council only weeks ago for the Broadway corridor, and indeed is now proposed as a citywide a proposal to call and I think it's kind of backwards. I agree with John's position as well, too, that we need to prioritize more forward-facing ways to deal with the rezoning backlog by eliminating unnecessary rezoning process, by simplifying and shortening the existing rezonings, and by eliminating dated policies and resetting policy priorities. So some of these things I think Teresa has mentioned, and some of them go back to her first days at the city when she recognized that the city's buried by a lot of dated policy. For example, the large sustainable sites rezoning policy. On page 2, there's a huge section of it devoted to dog relief areas. Let that sink in. On page 19, we begin to talk about affordable housing. So I think the city really needs just a huge house cleaning of its policies to reset priorities. The backlog of rezoning applications cited by the director is a problem very much of the city's making. For the streamlining rental policy, the council today opted to create new predictable options for 6-story rental along our major arterials, but then still required applications to go through the rezoning process. The Canby plan sets some very formulaic redevelopment options, but again forces applicants to complete a lengthy rezoning process rather than going straight to development permits. And lastly, the Broadway corridor plan created a preemptive CAC while it was in production. Of course, COVID protracted that planning process. So it's no surprise that there's now a wave of applications that have been held back for years. The city's planning system delays have created this problem, and the city has created too many unnecessary rezoning applications by holding back area-wide zoning schedule changes. So we know why, because the city needs to have the rezoning in order to extract the CACs and the off-site improvements. We need to address that with the province. I think council should address the demand in more head-on ways rather than funneling demand to meet the city's capacity. So I think this what we can do. I mean, they'll consider this. The city already controls what we build, how much we build, how tall we get to build. The CAC policies essentially limit how much developers earn on projects. And now it appears the city wants to be the arbiter of which developments get built and when their applications get reviewed based on criteria such as funding, which is fraught with problems because even CMHC won't issue confirmation of project financing until an applicant's in possession of a development permit years down the line. So I don't think the city has the ability to pick winners or losers, as John mentioned. I commend a council to properly zone land to avoid the need for rezoning. Let's just move things to development permit. You might want to look at the development permit board's record in the last 20 years. When I was on the board in 1999 to 2003, I regularly had 3 to 4 major projects on the dock. And today, I mean, I think we averaged in those times 32 applications a year through the development permit board for major projects. Today, it's 17. Many meetings canceled. It's a sign that actually our system is broken.
Sorry, Michael, you are at time, but we do have questions for you. So, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Sure.
Hi, Michael. I think you heard.
Hello.
I assume that you were listening earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you might have heard some just questions and discussion around sort of the processes and how project proponents can access staff, ask questions, get information, et cetera. And you probably heard some of our staff saying, or our director of planning saying, we're encouraging staff to come back to work and so on. I wonder if you can talk to what your experience is like or how important it is to be able to walk in somewhere and ask a quick question, if you think that that would save time or the ability to get somebody on the phone instead of kind of, relying on kind of electronic communication. Any perspective on that?
Yeah, I think this is a big culture challenge for the city. I think people do need to come back to work. Definitely more than 2 days a week. Back in my day, an applicant could walk into the third floor, walk up to the reception, say hello to someone at reception, get me face to face, unroll some plans, and talk about a particular problem. Staff weren't living in 6 different geographic areas within the City Hall campus. It was more concentrated. People were co-located. So I do think we've lost that public service with asynchronous, work from home, lockdown city facilities. You can't enter without a meeting invite. We've lost that, and that is impeding problem solving. And I think even just face-to-face interaction with teams, planning, engineering, it requires co-location and people working together. I think physically.
So I would hear you would be advocating for sort of this notion of a service counter or rotating coverage that ensures that somebody could answer a phone and answer a question, something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So simple questions require, numerous phone calls to try and find somebody to answer them.
Okay, and if you do get a call back or something within, I think the director of planning suggests within 24 hours, that doesn't necessarily mean that you get a meeting, perhaps, right? It might be a call to set a meeting, which might take some time and so on and so forth.
Could be, yeah. I think it's a kind of a modern problem, and COVID hasn't helped. But I think COVID's over. I think it's time to get back to more team-based work, face-to-face, open counters where people can come in and work through some of these rezonings. Okay. We lost that. We used to have a cafe, where staff could meet and serendipitously, solve problems. We've become like, I think, fragmented spatially.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is, seeing no more questions, this is the end of our speakers list for this item, so thank you for addressing council. I would now like to move to recess this meeting because we have to do another special council meeting at 11:45. So, move. We have to move, seconded, all right, recess. All in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Great, we are recessed. All right, quick turnaround time. Good morning and welcome to the special council meeting of May the 9th, 2023. This special council meeting is being held under sections 2.5A and 14.5 of the Procedural bylaw for the purpose of convening a meeting which is closed to the public. Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Joe. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. There's only one item of business on today's agenda, a motion to meet in camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move the motion to go into camera later this week? Councillor Klassen, thank you very much. May we have a seconder? Councillor Carr, thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say hell no. Great. The motion carries. That concludes today's agenda. May we have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Joe. Thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. So we will reconvene at 1 o'clock in camera.
Testing Bonnie, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so let me start that again. The next item on the docket is item number 4, which would be amendments to the procedure bylaw number 12577, and that was held by Councillor Boyle. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Nope, great. Councillor Boyle, you held this report. You have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members.
Presentation. Okay.
I don't think there's a presentation. I didn't see one.
I have a few questions. Maybe my timer can be started again. It looks like I'm
Sure.
a minute in
Can
already.
we please reset the timer? Thank you very much.
Thanks. My first question is, and I have asked this over email too, but wanted to ask it in the public realm, is about the confusion I often hear about where speakers sign up to a member motion on a council agenda on a Tuesday, and then if there are speakers, almost always gets referred. And so I'm hoping you can speak to possible change that would improve that clarity so speakers are signing up for the day that they actually would be speaking to.
Great, thank you. Rosemary Hagiwara, Acting City Clerk. Thank you for the question, Councillor Boyle. It would be a simple change to amend the procedure bylaw to allow speakers on the same day. Right now, there's language in the current bylaw to require council to refer it to a standing committee. So it would be a simple amendment to remove that referral. And the motion would be listed as in the order of the business for standing committee, and that would happen on Wednesday. So the process to sign up to speak to members' motion would be the same. When we get the motion from council, we would process it and put it on the agenda for standing committee, and speakers would sign up for that meeting, for a standing committee meeting.
Okay, appreciate that. My second question is around changing the speaker sign-up deadline. The report states that around 20% of speakers sign up between 5 p.m. the day before the meeting and 8:30 a.m. the morning of the meeting. My sense is we have quite a bit lighter a speaker load lately, and so just wondering, I know the report says it makes that morning a bit easier on staff, but have we seen that be a bit lighter for staff anyway with the reduced number of speakers we're seeing to this council?
We still have, you're right, the number of speakers may be less nowadays, but we do have a number of items that we do have to complete. We're experiencing some challenges with a lot of meetings right now and short staff. So processing time hasn't impacted us in respect to saving time. So we're still scrambling, trying to get things ready for council meeting. And the other piece also, the earlier we get to the processing the speakers list, the earlier council will have them. Whereas I think there's a few times this year it wasn't given to you until the meeting has started.
Okay. My last question is around the possible reduction of question times to 1 minute. And I've been hearing from a number of people on this a concern that the majority of that minute could be used by a councillor asking a leading question and it doesn't leave a lot of time for a real answer. I wonder, my understanding of the language currently in the procedure bylaw is that it already specifies that questions are only for clarifying questions and not leading questions or speeches. Is that something we could just improve chairing of that rule rather than reducing the time and have hopefully some impact that way?
Yes, absolutely. I think the option there is up to council to decide on today, and we can always work with the chair to, and council too could step in at any moment to strengthen or remind the chair of the rules, what the intent of that section is. So it's just an option for council to consider.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr?
Yes, some questions first, and some actually have come from members of the public who read this report and so raised them, and I feel they are good questions to have answered. So one question is, will speakers have to publicly disclose their disability if it's not immediately obvious? I mean, they might have an anxiety disorder or something like that. So how do you intend to handle that?
No, they don't have to publish it. That would be communication through the city clerk's office when they request, send that information to us, and we will coordinate with the speaker and also with the chair on the day of the meeting.
Okay, so they just indicate to the city clerk when they're speaking about the fact that they have a disability, and that's as far as it goes.
Yeah, the earlier we know what we need to do to accommodate, the quicker we can take action and advise the chair.
Excellent. Okay. Second question. There are a concern was raised about some people who don't want to disclose their name for fear that in the case of a housing situation or whatever, that their landlord might see their name. So do we have any accommodation for people who sort of may fear retaliation in that kind of circumstance for the fact that they maybe don't have to disclose their name?
Thanks for the question. Yes, we've had that happen in the past, and we, upon request, we will look to sever the information from the public, from the website. So it would be up to the individual to let us know ahead of time.
Okay. Again, upon request. That is great. And, I think Councillor Boyle already asked that there's always a concern about knowing when they're going to get a chance to speak. So I know that you've already covered that, and it is an ongoing issue. But, I think it's over time getting better. I'm not sure, but it seems to be compared to last term. And another suggestion was the potential around increasing accessibility is to have a speaker leave a voice memo that could be played back. Is that a possibility?
I think definitely we could look at that possibility. We'll take that question away. I don't think it would require any amendments to the procedure bylaw, but we'll take that away. And if it's not possible, we'll definitely provide some information back to council.
Excellent. Okay, those are all my questions, but thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I've moved in. I've sent the clerks an amendment, and I sent it through the DL as well. So I'm wondering if we can go to amendment queue.
Right, so there's been an amendment made by Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young.
I guess I have to move the report first. Motion to move the report.
Right, so can I please move you to the amendment queue? Oh, this is the main motion. Okay, so then do you want to introduce your...
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Sorry, I'm still learning the process here. Basically, it's an amendment accepting table 1 as is for the most part, but with regards to table 2, the gist of the amendment is to still allow for public engagement, but to start removing the political theater that we see in our chambers instead of the ability to conduct some business. So the amendment is basically so that we can really get down to some work in these chambers, conduct more business than we have been in the past. I think there's anyone that has watched council meetings in the past has seen that they're not exactly the most efficient council meetings. So this is a way to hopefully make them more efficient, hopefully easier on staff, and so that we can conduct more business during the time we have.
Okay, thank you very much. And it looks like we have a bunch of questions. Oh, it was seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Great, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just going to ask first that my timer go back to 0.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we're at 0.
Thanks. So I'd like to start by asking for a 10-minute recess. This amendment was just circulated to most of us just now, and it's a complicated mix to figure out how to vote for some parts and others. So, it would be nice if these things were circulated with more advance notice so we could participate more easily. But I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess instead so I can take a look at this and understand it.
Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All of those opposed, say nay. Great. 10-minute recess. I'll stop the timer. Thank you.
Thanks. I circulated an amendment this morning that is on the screen to address this confusion about speakers signing up to council member motions on a Tuesday and then speaking on a Wednesday, which I think is, an unnecessary confusion. So the recommendation from the clerk's office was to hear from speakers on Wednesday and have those motions tabled on the Wednesday to address that. I think you need a seconder. Maybe I'll just speak to it really briefly to say this is functionally what we do. We hear from the public on council member motions at standing committee on Wednesdays, but they sign up to speak on a Tuesday, and that regularly is confusing. So as one piece of addressing that confusion, this is a proposed improvement that I think is worthwhile and functionally for us in practice doesn't change much, but makes it much clearer for the public.
Yeah, I actually think that trying to provide some clarity around this is an awesome thing, because I do hear people are really confused. They're like, well, I planned my Tuesday, and it goes to the following day. I guess just a point of clarification, if I can, Chair, through you to the mover. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay, Councilor Boyle, so are you shifting the sign-up deadline forward then to correspond with this?
The member motions would be on the agenda for the standing committee meeting, and so the deadline would be the same deadline for all items on the standing committee meeting, which right now would be 8:30 that morning, but if it gets changed, it would be the evening before. So they would function like other.
So people would essentially get another day to sign up then from when our agendas are published? Am I following?
Yeah, or less if that gets shortened, but yes, they would have the same amount of time as any other standing committee.
Okay, and can I ask one other quick follow-up? Is there a reason why you picked Wednesday versus Tuesday, like doing it all on Wednesday versus doing it all on Tuesday?
It was the recommendation of the clerk.
Okay, do we know why, Chair? Is that sometimes because, maybe through you, just to staff, if they're able to answer, is that because we sometimes have public hearings on Tuesday nights, or I'm just curious, just to understand that?
Mayor, through the chair, yes, that would be the reason for proposing for a standing committee meeting. One thing that we have public hearing on Tuesdays, and then the second thing is the public now they're aware that they'll be speaking on Wednesdays anyway, so it doesn't create more confusion if we move the day.
Okay, thank you.
I think for the most part, Councillor Kirby-Young asked my question, so I think I'm good.
Thanks for just a clarifying question through you to staff is just with this proposal, if a motion was on the agenda for our regular Tuesday council meetings and there was no speakers, would we deal with that motion on that day? On Tuesday?
Through the chair, no. So what would happen with this amendment? The member's motion would place directly on the standing committee agenda. There's no referral.
Okay. Okay. So they would always be on the standing committee agenda. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I shouldn't be.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm supportive of the idea of doing this because I remember finding this incredibly confusing just mere months ago when I started. But as chair of committee of strategic policy priorities, I am a little bit concerned that those meetings are about to become even longer because the motions will be debated on Wednesday as opposed to Tuesday. And we've had several meetings that have gone till 10 o'clock at night, even later. So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
I was just going to make the same comment. I think in general, I understand the public perception around when the time to speak is. But right now, my experience so far in this chamber is that our standing committee meetings are much longer when compared to council meetings. So I just genuinely concerned about the impact of how much more work we're going to be pushing to Wednesday. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, if I could ask a question through you to staff. My question would be what would the change be in terms of the debate? Would it just be moving to Wednesday would mean the 3-minute introduction plus the 1 minute of councillors to ask questions of the mover of a member's motion would get shifted. Otherwise, debate has always been on the Wednesday with speakers. So the only change would be the introduction of the motion and the questions of council to this mover of the motion. That would be the big change for Wednesday. Is that true?
Through the chair, Councillor Carr, as I understand the recommendation moved by Councillor Montague, item 5 would be to eliminate the ability to ask questions. Oh, hang on. Sorry, it's the last further that to amend to strike section 9.8, which means a council member will no longer be able to ask the mover the question. So all the debate would happen on Wednesday. Nothing will happen on Tuesday.
And again, a question through you, but the debate currently happens on Wednesday anyway. So it's not changing the debate itself.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, given some of the other councillors' comments.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I was going to comment just on that too, that I understand it adds a bit more, but functionally, the more challenging of those motions are already on the standing committee. So, and I know our staff work very hard at getting the balance right in terms of content of meetings. So I imagine and trust that would continue to happen if there are bigger member motions on the standing committee that would get balanced out by what could be moved to the council agenda the day before. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I believe my question has just been answered, but just to be extremely clear, through you, Chair, to the clerk, to City Clerk, is around this. By making this change, by approving this, we no longer ask questions of the mover of the motion, nor do we do the introduction of 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the amendment proposed by Councillor Boyle doesn't deal with the question around when council can ask to move a question. This amendment that's on the screen right now is just moving the council member's motion to standing committee.
The entire process?
The entire process, that's
okay. Okay. And could you remind me, before we moved to ask these questions, which is an amendment to the procedure bylaw that happened in the previous term, the member had the opportunity to introduce the motion before speakers?
That's correct.
For how long?
You have 1 minute to introduce, 2 minutes to introduce, and 1 minute to ask mover questions.
The asking of the questions was new.
That's correct.
That was an amendment. So
That's
before
correct.
that, it was just a 2 minute to introduce? Or did that happen at all? I know I'm really asking you to go back into your memory bank here.
I'm trying to remember that. I don't think that was in the procedure bylaw before, so both pieces were new.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to get a sense of is if that introduction of the motion for 2 minutes and the questions to speakers was no longer there, the motion would be on the agenda on Wednesday, and we would go, and if there were speakers signed up or not, we would go straight to hearing from speakers without any introduction or dialogue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to go up the queue. It would be helpful to know what we did before those two, the 2 minute introduction and then the 1 minute questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I think I want to ask a question through you, Chair, to the staff. So in order to balance the council and standing committee, so if we do this amendment, can we move some items from standing committee back to council to balance the duration for both days? Is it possible?
Through the chair, yeah, Councilor Zhou, yes, that we do that now anyway, so
Okay.
we would consider it as well. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Then I will support this amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young?
Yeah, thanks. I want to clarify, I have 2 points of information based on what I heard, that I think there's different interpretation, and I just want to be very clear. And the first one, through you to staff chair, was that I heard Councillor Carr say that for motions with speakers, they would happen on Wednesday, but not, I just want to clarify that there's a collective understanding of the body that we are talking about all motions, whether they have speakers or whether they do not, that they will all happen on Wednesday.
Through the chair, Councilor Kirby Young, that is correct. All the
Okay,
motions
be
will
super
appear
clear.
on the standing committee agenda.
Okay, that's awesome. And then my second clarification relates to Councillor Bly's questions and following up on that one with respects to the current practice of introducing the motions at 2 minutes per mover and then 1 minute of questions. And I heard you say that doesn't, I thought I heard you say, or I'm paraphrasing a bit, it doesn't apply. But I don't read that in this amendment. I do see that in the amendment that Councillor Montague has tabled, an amendment that deals with that, with removing that. But in this amendment from Councillor Boyle, as far as I read it, and I would like clarification from staff, it's not asking to strike, as Councillor Montague is, section 9.8. It's suggesting that the introductions by council members and the questions of council members would remain because it's not explicitly saying to take that out. Is that correct in terms of how staff see that?
Through the chair, Councilor Kirby Young, that is correct. That's what I was trying to clarify earlier, that it has nothing to do with the questions to mover or the seconder.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Chair. And sorry to belabor this, but I just wanted to be clear is that there would still be, motions would still be introduced on the Wednesday for 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the current amendment from Councilor Boyle doesn't deal with that. Is the language that you're looking for is in the recommendation that Councilor Montague has provided. So if we would, when we get to that portion, we can highlight that for you.
Okay, we're just dealing with speakers to the motion at this point.
So this particular amendment is just moving council members' motion from council meeting to standing committee meeting. Yeah.
Okay, just that. And then last question is, presumably with new business still standing on the agenda, we would be able to do urgent or time-sensitive motions under new business. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments on the amendment, we will put the amendment to a vote. We're going to put the amendment to a vote. All right, so the amendment passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go back to the main queue now. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I appreciate council's support on that. And I assume this will be the case, but hope that when that change comes back to council and is approved and then becomes the new practice, that we can all help circulate some clarifying information so that the public not that the public necessarily understood the previous confusing process, but that we can make sure people know when they're signing up to speak more clearly. So thank you for that. Next, I'd just like to ask that we sever the vote on the items in Table 2. And my understanding is the clerk is ready to do that. So we would vote on each item of of Table 2 and where amended in the amended recommendations that were put forward. That's what we would be voting on.
Okay. So do we have to go to the amendment queue on that one, or we just stay in the main queue? And then, sorry, point of procedure. So
And maybe I'll pause there and come back on to speak near the end. So I'll stop for now.
are we,
Thanks.
sorry,
Can we just stop my clock? Thank you.
okay, I think I got this now. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just only going to remark in that I support the recommendations brought forward, the amendments brought forward by Councillor Montague. I just sort of broadly speaking, I think the ability to get more work done in this very important time, especially around housing, but other incredibly important issues. I think that this strikes that important balance of making our time here in the chamber much more efficient. So I will be supporting this and thank him for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
I will be, wanting to see these severed out in the table too. Only noting that earlier conversation, just like an hour ago, was around the need for more time to digest important work that was coming forward. And I think that's a fair piece to offer to the public as well. So when we curtail the ability for the public to speak to our work here in council chambers, we are denying that same time that we're seeking the luxury of. And I think it's a fair acknowledgement that is not in the sort of democratic principle of allowing access. And I think it's worth kind of thinking about in that lens that we haven't actually seen a huge onerous workload with speakers to council as yet. And I had this come up in the height of the pandemic when we were hearing like 300 speakers at a time in virtual settings where people were really, inundating us with speakers, it might be a different reflection. But since this new council's been elected, we haven't had a lot of burden from public speakers. And I'm not sure that I see the need to really curtail public's access to these chambers, but I'll be voting accordingly on this ever. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be supporting Councillor Montague's amendment. I think as Councillor Klassen illustrated, it is important for us to have more time for public hearings. We saw that clearly this morning, the importance of getting housing projects approved and through the system. So that's going to give us more time to do that. And I think most people in Vancouver would agree that that should be one of our top priorities. I just wanted to note in response to Councillor Fry's comments that we are still offering the option of calling in, so offering some flexibility there, and also there's consideration for people who require accommodations in terms of speaking time. So in terms of speaker numbers, I think that yes, right now we don't have as many speakers as last term, but that could change at any moment. And I think we've seen with a lot of the email campaigns from our colleagues here in the chambers from other parties that there is the potential for us to have hundreds of speakers when we've got chain emails and spam going out. So.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be voting against a number of the items in Table 2. I'm very happy to support the recommendations for more flexibility for speakers with disabilities. But I was certainly quite happy to support moving public hearings up to 3 p.m. Moving them up to 1 p.m. feels a step too far to me. That's really cutting into people's work days, and I wish I had more time to think it over, but feels to me like too far a move. I also will be voting against the earlier sign-up cutoff. We have frequently said, councillors around this table have frequently said they feel they don't have enough time from getting the report to voting the following week. And I think we want to give the public as much time as well to digest and reduce barriers to participating rather than adding more. I'll be voting against reducing speaking time. Again, as we've spoken to, there's often a gray area. People with disabilities will have more time, as they of course should, but people with all sorts of nervousness, language challenges, reducing that speaking time, I think, reduces our ability to adequately hear from the public. I also am not in favor of entirely eliminating or reducing the time of questions to speakers. I think we could just do a better job of chairing on that item to keep them focused. And similarly to the new item, I am against eliminating questions to the mover of the motion. More broadly, I will say I am very distressed to hear the term political theater thrown around for what I understand to be fair democratic participation from members of this council who were elected and from the public trying to participate in decisions that affect them. I think it is very concerning to categorize democratic participation that way. I also continue to hear concerns from the public that decisions are being made ahead of time. We've seen significant amendments moved very last minute that may have been worked out ahead of time, so that's a concern. I'm concerned overall that we are reducing the ability to hear from people and to deliberate in public rather than just showing up with our minds made up already. So I think on the whole,
Sorry.
this weekend's
Sorry,
our
a couple of
democracy.
things. There's a point of order, but we're also out of time.
Yep.
So. Okay.
So if we could refrain from those comments?
I believe I just said that's what I hear from people, not that I am saying that. And
I think the phrase was, as opposed to coming in with our minds made up, quote unquote.
Anyway, you can rule. I'm not here to debate. I'm just sharing what I hear from people, which is part of my job.
Okay, well, I think we got the spirit of what we're trying to achieve here, so I'll leave it to everyone to carry themselves accordingly and follow the spirit of the procedure bylaw. That's what it's called. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a few things to say about this. And I am referencing a really interesting article from Civic Affairs reporter and statistical guru Justin McElroy, written in July of 2022. And who said, Vancouver is, and I quote, the only major city in Canada that allows unlimited speakers for every agenda item on both council and committee meetings, which I thought was quite interesting. The same article included a chart about whether there were limits to what items can have speakers, looked at a bunch of different cities, and there are limits to which items people can speak to. That's not what we're suggesting here. We're still allowing people to speak to every item. But cities like Toronto, Montreal, Calgary, Ottawa, Hamilton, Edmonton, and Halifax all have limits to which items people can speak to, which I thought was important to note. So we are certainly not limiting participation more than other folks. And I believe that Justin McElroy also indicated that from his research, that Vancouver tended to be in the minority with respects to how permissive and flexible it was in terms of providing access. And he also said, and I think this is the important point here, just parsing through it, that Vancouver was in the minority of big Canadian cities on councillors being able to ask members of the public questions. And I'll repeat. Vancouver was in the minority on councillors being able to ask questions of members of the public. And I believe, in my research and my interpretation, is that that is the attempt to create space to allow more members of the public to be heard and for council to listen to them and to weight that. And that's our job, is to try to disseminate some of that information. But I also hear that the public wants our meetings to be efficient. And I also hear that they want us to get through to some of the really important things of the business that we are here to do. I will also, in addition, address the comment that I heard from my council colleague with respects to 1 o'clock feels too far versus 3 o'clock. And we just had a presentation this morning on the fact that we have a bottleneck in the pipeline and not enough council time to actually get these projects approved. And one of the things that we needed was more time on council's docket to get badly needed housing in a housing crisis when we have 60,000 new residents coming in, and actually to get some of those projects moving. So I'm trying to look at this bigger picture, and I think that the greater good is getting a roof over somebody's head versus whether or not it impedes on somebody's day in an hour between 1 and 3 p.m. I think they'd far rather have the roof over their head, and that's what we're trying to do, is create space to get some of those projects through. So I just want to provide a bit of a lens and some context as to what the outcome here is, that people can still be heard. Vancouver will still be more permissive than other Canadian cities in how much public access people have to us. We'll still get all of their input. We have the phone in option. They can write to us. We read emails. There's all kinds of ways to do it, but we're actually trying to deliver on the priorities that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, I'm going to need to cede the chair because there's some civic business that I do have to take care of. And so can we take a 5-minute recess and we'll get Councillor Meisner to take over the chair? Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for your patience there. We'll continue with comments from council. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I'm speaking to the amendments that have been tabled by Councillor Montague. basically, I am speaking in opposition to the changes to item 1, item 4, and item 5. And as some of my colleagues have noted, I worry about moving the time of start from public hearings from, well, currently it's 6. The suggestion is 3. I can live with 3. Just as Councillor Boyle had stated, it's still somewhat of a problem in terms of people who want to come to speak to a matter that may immediately affect them in terms of being a public hearing because of an actual change in land use that they may be nearby. But I think going to 1 does really cut into the people's ability who are working to be able to attend. Item 4, I do think that the debate that occurs and the speaking time of standing committee from 5, which is currently 5 minutes, is part of really that democratic conversation that goes on before making a decision. It is a time at which you try and sway your fellow councillors in terms of providing information that you hope they're listening to. I also do not want to support striking the ability of council to ask questions of a fellow member, when they move their member's motion. I think that's, I mean, it's only a very short period of time. You have time to ask 1 question with 1 minute, but at least you get a response that otherwise might be difficult to ascertain. So those are my responses. I'll hold my question or my comments on the whole report till after we finish with the amendments.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple of things that were brought up. One was that these amendments don't allow us to adequately hear from the public. I wholeheartedly disagree. Coming to council chambers isn't the only way to address city council and the mayor. We have all kinds of correspondence. There's email. Again, we can do it through virtually and over the phone as well. So I just don't buy that argument. I've heard a couple of comments with regards to the moving the 3 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And I agree with Councillor Kirby-Young. We're here to do business. The argument against moving it to 1 o'clock is that, quote, we're cutting into people's work days. Well, as an elected official, you're forgetting about a huge portion of the population of Vancouver who don't work 9 to 5. These are people, frontline workers, hospitality workers, restaurant workers, first responders, nurses. They don't work typical days, and a 1 o'clock start might actually work far better for them. Again, I don't buy it. I don't agree with it. With regards to my comments about political theater, I'll just end by saying I think anyone who has watched council meetings in the past can objectively agree and stand by those comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, Chair, thanks. Coming back on the queue, because I did get a little confused. I did want to highlight one of these pieces in Table 2, and that's item 3. And sorry, I missed that earlier. And as Chair, as you will know, and many of the returning members of council will know, the evening news cycle is where a lot of folks actually get information about what we're doing, and it's typically the day before. So those 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 11 o'clock news segments are where people learn actually what's coming up at council the day before, because the media typically don't report this several days in advance. They usually report it the day before. And so by shifting the sign up for speakers to 5 p.m. the day before, we are going to be putting this stuff out in the media, but not allowing folks an opportunity to speak to it, which I think is a mistake. And again, with respect to the various comments that we've heard, we want to strike that balance. We want to provide the opportunities. And I think that shifting the opportunity for folks to sign up to speak if they wish to speak, rather than email or send a chain letter or tweet about it, I think we should provide a little bit of those options, and recognizing that the media cycle is what it is, and the chair will know that this is the case. The 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 11 o'clock news are where a lot of folks still get their information, and I think it's important for us to respect that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I realize this is closing. You know, democracy takes time. And the engagement of people, I think, is a really good part of the democratic process. So I'm for, yes, there must be some balance in that, but for really ensuring that we provide that access, the fair process, that the people are engaged. And I'm voting in accordance with seeing the best opportunities for people to stay engaged.
Thank you. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Chair. Since I have some time left, I'll just respond to the last comment by Councillor Fry. And I hear what you're saying, but you know, part of our job here is to make staff's job much easier, and they've clearly indicated that signups past 5 p.m. become a logistical nightmare. And it doesn't preclude people from addressing council in other ways. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I was just going to quickly say they're actually getting one more day to speak from the time the agendas come out. And in my experience, media start covering
Sorry,
it
Councillor
as soon as the
Kirby-Young,
agendas
you
come.
ran out of time. Apologies. Hey, seeing no one else on the queue to speak to the amendment, we are going to call the vote in a moment, but we just need a minute recess to determine. Pardon? Okay, we're going to have actually the clerk explain to council how this is going to work.
Through the chair, Council Boyle has asked to sever the vote for recommendation B. So what we will do is one vote for recommendation A. When we get to B, there's 8 items that we vote on, and we will vote on those separately, each one. So there's 8 votes required. And then we would do C and D, I believe.
Sir Carr, let me just turn your mic on. There you go.
Yep, thank you. You know, I saw that there were, maybe we can check, maybe I'm wrong, that there was a number 8 and 9 added by Councillor, or an 8 by Councillor Montague and a 9 by Councillor Boyle. So do we not have 9 to vote on? Oh, I see, it's D. Sorry.
That's okay. So
Great.
it is up on the screen there.
Yes, thank you
Totally
for that
understand the confusion. I'm
clarification.
a little bit
No,
confused
I
myself right now. So.
Got it.
Okay, Councillor Montague.
Sorry, yeah, thanks, Chair. Just maybe a point of procedure. Is it possible to get all of that sent to us in an email so that we can have our voting panel up and the email at the same time to easier follow along?
Just to clarify, Councillor Montague, you're looking for the amendment?
Yeah, the motion or the amendment that we're voting for, because rather than having to scroll through, if we could have it in front of us, that would be great.
I'm just going to confer with the clerk. The clerk will send it out momentarily.
Thank you.
The table one is good.
Okay, now we are going to vote on recommendation A. We'll get that highlighted on the screen for you. So we're voting on recommendation A. And council, if you could please prepare to cast your votes, and clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. Just a reminder, this is just on A. And that passes unanimously. Mayor Sid is absent. Okay, now we are going to vote on B table, which is table 2, but we're going to vote on each one separately. So B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6 and 7, I believe, and 8. So first of all, Councillor Montague, you
Sorry, yeah, I know, I'm the problem child right now.
got 10 seconds, by the way.
To vote although B mentions that item 1 is changing to 1, but item 1 in the table shown here still says 3.
Okay, there's a bit of confusion, so we're just going to take a recess here for a minute or two while we sort this out.
Table doesn't match the, yeah.
Next time if the amendments are made on the table.
Yeah. Okay, so we're doing the highlighted portion. Okay. In the table, okay. Yes. A highlighted portion.
Look at us now.
Councillor Montague, do you have anything else to say? No. Okay. And Councillor Kirby-Young, anything to add before we go to vote? Okay, thank you. So we are now going to be voting on B1, the highlighted portion on your screen. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote. This is on B1. Councillor Dominato, just waiting for your vote. Okay, that carries with Councillor Carr in opposition. Okay, now we are going to vote on B4. That is the highlighted portion on your screen. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote. Okay, motion carries with Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Boyle in opposition, and Councillor Fry in opposition. And now we are going to vote on B5, the highlighted portion on your screen. Again, clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please register your vote. That passes. Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Boyle in opposition, and Councillor Fry in opposition. Now we are going to vote on the items in Table 2 individually. Oh, apologies. Now we're going to vote on item 6, correction. So just to clarify, we're voting on item 6. And can we get that up on the screen, item 6 specifically? Okay, and just to confirm, we're voting on striking item 6. So clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We will now be voting on item 8. Can we pull up item 8 in that table as well, just for clarity? What's in new is an addition. Everybody's clear on what we're voting on? Okay. Okay, so clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, if you could please cast your vote. Okay, that carries with Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Boyle in opposition, and Councillor Fry in opposition. Okay, now we're going to the table. This is so much fun. Not really. We're going to vote on table item 2. And clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and council, please cast your vote, which I see you're doing. Thank you for that. That carries unanimously. Now we will vote on table item 3. If we could go to the voting panel, thank you. Just waiting for one more vote. From Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, that carries with Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Boyle in opposition, and Councillor Fry in opposition. Now we're voting on table item 7, highlighted on your screen. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel, and Council, if you could please cast your vote. And that passes unanimously. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have a point of procedure. I'm
Yes.
just wondering, Chair, if you might advise what your game plan is to complete things like inquiries, notices of motion, or other things before 5? Or are you looking for a motion to extend? Or are items being referred to tomorrow? Do we have a recommended game plan?
We're just going to finish this vote, and then we will deal with that right away.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so now we're going to vote on C and D, highlighted on your screen. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting panel. Council, cast your vote. So we're going to vote on C and D together. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, looking for a motion from the floor to vary the agenda to deal with member motions and extend to 5:15. Is a mover Councillor Klassen? Can I get a seconder? Councillor Joe, second. All those in favor say yay. Councillor Kirby-Young, yes.
All right, you said to hear member motions, so does that mean that we're not doing new business, inquiries, or other matters? We're just doing, and we're only going to 5:15? I just want to be clear on what we're voting on.
I don't think we'd have time if we're just extending to 5:15, so we'd just do the members' motions.
But we have, this is debatable, right? Because we could extend to 5:30 to complete, or we could reconvene. We could do those when we reconvene and cancel. I'm just looking to give people an opportunity so they realize that they're missing that before we vote.
So you're proposing extending to 5:30 instead to complete new business and inquiries as well? Is that correct?
Okay.
In addition to motions?
Yes, and hoping that it'll be sooner, but yes.
Yeah. Are people amenable to 5:30? Councillor Joe, did you have a comment? Yep, okay. Okay, so is that a motion, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion on the floor that we extend to 5:30 to introduce member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters, and refer the report 5 to tomorrow.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Joe, okay, all those in favor say yay. Any yes, Councillor Carr.
Procedure?
Yep.
Does that leave only the bylaws to not be done? Oh, and the Integrity Commissioner report. I'm sorry. That's a longer one. All right. That's fine. I
Okay.
understand now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so I think we kind of voted there where there was a question coming in, but can I just redo that vote? All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion carries. We'll extend to 5:30 to complete motions, new business, and inquiries. Okay. Okay, so we're now going to go to bylaws. We have 3 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 2 is from the public hearing of June 14th, 2022. Councilors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and Mayor Sim were not on council at the time of the public hearing. However, on April 25th, 2023, Councilors Klassen, Meisner, and Joe advised that they had reviewed the proceedings and would therefore be voting on the enactment. Councilor Montague, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactments?
I have and I will.
Okay, thank you. Council, is there any discussion? Okay, would someone like to move the motion? Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Joe, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Yay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, so we have 6 council member motions on the agenda today. Motion B1 is requests for leaves of absence as follows. Councillor Carr for civic business for meetings on May 18th, 2023 from 3 to 4 p.m. Councillor Bly for personal reasons for meetings on May 17th, 2023 from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Councillor Dominato for civic business from meetings on June 6, 2023 from 5 to 10 p.m. Councillor Kirby Young for civic business from meetings all day on May 16th to 18th, 2023 and May 23rd and 24th, 2023. Is there a mover? Thanks, Councillor Carr. Seconder? Councillor Boyle, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Okay, all those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Motion B2 is changed to business license hearing panels as follows. Councillor Fry to replace Councillor Dominato as chair at the business license hearing to be held on July 18th, 2023. And Councillor Dominato to replace Councillor Fry as chair at the business license hearing to be held on July 19th, 2023. Motion is to be moved by Councillor Fry. Is there a seconder? Councillor Dominato. All those in favor say yay. Yep. All those opposed say nay. No. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Motion B3, establishing an intermunicipal business license for home healthcare support workers is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Klassen. Councillor Klassen, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So please go ahead. And I'll turn your mic on.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just thanks everybody. This motion is in response to, I think, the changing times that we live in. I was quite honored to attend the original announcement of the mobile business license back in 2014 when I was a representative of a small business organization. The mobile business license, which it's also dubbed the intermunicipal business license, is available in multiple jurisdictions around the province. In Metro Vancouver, there are a number of municipalities that have a common business license for things like construction, trades, catering, and mobile salons. But as we know, there are an increasing number of people who are reliant upon home health services and home supports. These include seniors and other people, vulnerable populations. The workers that take care of these people in a variety of services, either helping them with daily needs or with medication management. The workers work for a variety of different organizations, both public and private, and they work across multiple jurisdictions. So this would be a way of clearly including the home support worker is part of this category of different providers of services, and it would be essentially an appeal to the provincial government, namely Minister Brenda Bailey, who is the minister who would oversee this change. So I'm hoping that we can support this change that would, I think, support those companies that provide these important services for seniors and vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Councillor Klassen. Council, do you have any questions for Councillor Klassen? You have up to 1 minute to ask questions. We've seen no questions. Can I get a seconder for the motion? Councillor Joe, thank you. We have received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear speakers, we may refer the motion to tomorrow's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. Move for referral. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Montague. All those in favor say yea. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Not seeing any. So that motion is referred to tomorrow's Standing Committee meeting. Motion B4 is a people-focused gas town, a bold, forward-looking vision for a vibrant and prosperous neighborhood, and is to be introduced and moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Meisner. I am bringing forward this motion because it is time to put some momentum behind Gastown. I will say there's been a number of planning initiatives and different conversations that have happened, and yet the neighborhood feels that it remains stalled and stifled with respects to getting some momentum. It is an incredibly important and historic one, often referred to as the birthplace of our city. It has Indigenous connections and history and significance to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. And it is unique in terms of the aesthetic and the feel of the city. I think that what this motion is aiming to do is to give council direction, which I believe staff are seeking, and after lots of work and engagement and consultation with the neighborhood, who it proposes that we take a much bolder vision for public space planning, looking at the public realm, enhancing the opportunity. It could be enhanced patios, seating, but really significantly, and I know this will be a point of good, robust dialogue and discussion, potentially envisioning either a car-free or a car-light neighborhood. And I think that that is, Gastown is uniquely positioned to support that. I will say that the motion also suggests that we do pilot shutdowns this summer or next, depending on feasibility with the BIA and other stakeholders, so that any considerations, people can get a sense of it, see if they like it. We certainly saw that was something that was positive with the Granville Promenade when people had a chance to actually experience it, and also see what considerations may need to be more broadly taken into account. If we do go with a car-free or a car-light shutdown, I know that the Gastown BIA has suggested unique and innovative things such as retractable bollards and others that could allow for flexibility of use. It also contemplates for those folks that want to ensure we have traffic flow, that working with TransLink, looking at the opportunity to make Cordova a two-way versus the current one-way there. So there's some sort of shorter and longer term pieces, but they do really work together. I think that this is a situation where we've invested in the neighborhood. There's $10 million that put in so far. We're going to need to put more in it, but it's about, I think, harnessing the history and unlocking the potential of the future.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Council, any questions? Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, and thanks for this, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm just curious, how are there some new pieces here? Because you know, we've touched on this a few times, particularly around the paving aspect. I know the cobblestones have been problematic. Is there new direction here on that?
Yeah, I would refer you to Clause A, Councillor Fry, that suggests that staff not proceed with a larger asphalt treatment at this time, which is something that has been notionally discussed, and look at more of the longer term investment and other alternatives. And so that's something that I think, to your point, we've heard loud and clear from the public around balancing the type of materials that are used.
So is that precluding like pressed concrete, or is that, I'm just not sure of the language.
I think it's the idea of not having a streetscape that has character to it, but I don't think it presupposes different types of materials. It's more meant to reflect that sentiment.
Yeah, not the patchwork. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you both. Can I get a seconder for the motion, please? Councillor Klassen, thank you. We've received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear the speakers, we may refer this motion to tomorrow's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023, which starts at 9:30 a.m. Or council may make a decision on this item today. Would someone like to move referral to hear from speakers tomorrow? Hey, Councillor Fry, can I get a seconder? Councillor Boyle, thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Okay, any opposed say nay. Not seeing any. The motion is referred to tomorrow's standing committee meeting. Motion B5 is tracking the Broadway plan pace of demoviction and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks, Chair. And so as all will be aware, we discussed the Broadway plan pace of change, which was rejected by council a few months ago. And what this is asking really is to do some bit more robust reporting back on some of the kind of secondary effects of Broadway plan development and making sure that we're not missing things. I think many of us were surprised at a recent rezoning that contemplated taking a newly renovated building where folks were moved out under a building permit, and just less than 2 years later, it was being contemplated for a full redevelopment, which triggers the TRPP, but of course, TRPP is not triggered on a building permit. So what we potentially see is an opportunity where, as the earlier report today talked about, TRPP is actually getting in the way of development, and are we inadvertently disempowering the TRPP by putting more pressure on development to try and find new alternatives to turn over buildings quickly, and thereby putting at jeopardy the what staff have estimated 2,000 households per year that could be displaced in the Broadway plan. So really, the direction that I believe as Councillor Kirby-Young gave in the earlier Broadway plan report back was to have a quarterly report back from staff and adding some of those metrics to there. And should there be necessary remedy, that staff would report back with that.
So thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I appreciate the sentiment here in Councillor Fry's motion, but I'm going to ask that the Chair rule this motion out of order under Section 8.7, both D and 8.7F. Even in Councillor Fry's introduction, he talks about work that's already underway. Regardless of, we heard from staff as well in their response that they have concerns about the ability for a city to track and implement the direction, but beyond that, they're already tracking items specifically in Section B, subsection C of his amendment, the number of tenants relocated under TRPP, and Section B, subsection D, the vacancy rates and average rents in the Broadway plan area. He also mentions that work is already being done because of an amendment from Councillor Kirby-Young requesting quarterly reports back for this very information. Even if you look at the whereas clauses, it says that the Broadway Plan implementation report on March 29th, 2003 included a pace of change policy to manage rate of development, and that this is, in essence, the Broadway Plan's proposed change is synonymous with this pace of demoviction. Council's already...
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Montague, but I am going to need to rule on your point of order.
Okay.
So I'll have to stop you there.
Okay.
And I do agree that the motion is out of order on 8.7D. 8.7D states that it conflicts with a resolution previously passed and still enforced, and I believe that's what you were referring to, Councillor Montague. So thank you. Councillor Fry, I'll turn your mic on. Go ahead.
Sure, I'm going to ask to challenge the chair on that ruling. I'm not sure what the process is, but I don't think that this is conflicting with the resolution previously passed and still in force. This is asking for some entirely different material that was not contemplated in the previous or included in the previous resolution. So, and I'm looking to the clerk for how one challenges the chair ruling.
Okay, I acknowledge that, Councillor Fry, and we're just going to take a recess for a couple minutes here. Thank you. Okay, we have quorum. Councillor Fry is appealing my decision as chair. Do we have a seconder for the appeal motion? Councillor Carr, thank you. Okay, is there debate on whether this decision should be sustained? There is, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, Chair, I think I'll just add that that this pace of dem eviction motion is kind of a backdoor attempt at a pace of change policy, which council rejected back in March.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Fry.
I'll remind the chair and council that the whereas are largely circumstantial to the motion. It's the enactment clauses that are what matters. And the enactment clauses in B are not redundant. They have not been previously directed in the quarterly memo that was requested at the time of the Broadway plan. These are all new items being requested to add. So in that spirit, they're not redundant, nor have they been directed before. And I'm just closing on the fact that it is the enactment that matters. The whereas can be as flowery, as perfunctory, or whatever it wants to be. The meat is in the enactment, and the enactment in and of itself is not out of order, regardless of what the whereas may imply to the reader.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm going to be speaking in opposition to the mayor's decision. I mean, the acting mayor, sorry. The reason is that I really have to concur with Councillor Fry that the detail of information being asked for in the be it resolved sections of this, both A, B, and C, are much more specific and very much directional in a way that we have not seen in previous reports. We had assumed that there, would be this kind of data if there had have been a vote in support of pace of change, which there wasn't. So now I believe it would be incumbent upon all of us to actually seek that information. I mean, I would think even if you voted against the pace of change, you would want to know if that was the right decision or not. Really, what is happening out there, and if there was an error in doing that, then we can correct it. Without good information, you can't make course corrections, and that is what this is asking for. So I'm not going to vote in support of the decision of the chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. I just need a moment here, brief recess for a minute. I am going to withdraw my ruling based on new information from staff and changes that were made to the motion based on staff feedback. Okay, so I'll need a seconder for Councillor Fry's motion. Okay, Councillor Carr, thank you. And we have received a request to speak to the motion. If council would like to hear speakers, we may refer the motion to tomorrow's Standing Committee on City Finances and Services on Wednesday, May 10th, 2023, which starts at 9:30 a.m. Oh, yeah. Okay, moved by Councillor Boyle. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Carr, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Okay. Any opposed say nay. Okay, motion is referred to tomorrow's Standing Committee meeting. You're on the queue, Councillor Boyle. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Noting we're close to the end, I'm
Yes.
hoping we can just extend to finish notices of motion, new business, and inquiries in a fast way. Extend a little past 5:30 if needed.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Carr. All those in favor to extend? Yep. Okay. Any opposed say nay. Okay. Motion to extend carries. Okay, let's keep moving. Motion B6. The bird is the word, elevating Vancouver's strategy, and is to be moved by, and introduced by Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion, and I'll put you on the queue here. Go ahead.
And I will try and move things along. I think the motion in and of itself is pretty comprehensive. May 13th is International World Migratory Bird Day. And of course, Vancouver has a very prominent place in the Pacific Flyway, host to over 250 different bird species in our city. The late Alan Duncan, who was an environmental planner with the Park Board and passed away in the last couple of years, had really been a champion of the Vancouver Bird Strategy and the Vancouver Bird Advisory Committee. With his passing, some of this stuff had fallen by the wayside a little bit, and obviously over COVID. And it's just to sort of center back that our environment and our natural environment in the urban context is important. And I know that there is a forthcoming motion from my colleagues here about planting more trees and the importance of trees. And I think reflecting on what birds actually contribute. And of course, I've listed off the various pieces. They're pollinators, they're predators, they're seed dispersers. But I think one of the most interesting pieces in this is that birds provide mental health benefits to us. And the sound of birds in the morning actually imparts a positive mental health benefit and can last up to 8 hours a day. So how can we incorporate these bird strategies, renew them, and make sure that we're recertified as a birds-friendly city? Because we are at risk of losing that certification if we don't resubmit by September. I understand that staff have been talking to the Nature Canada about this. And it's really just to keep a little bit more direction on this and support a natural environment with birds in our city.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Fry. Seconded by Councillor Carr. Thank you very much. No questions I see, so we've received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear the speakers, we may refer the motion to tomorrow's Standing Committee. Move referral. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Joe, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Seeing none, motion is referred to tomorrow's Standing Committee meeting. Councillor Carr, you're on the queue.
Nope, next item.
Next item, okay. Notice of council members' motions. Let me just stop your clock there. Sorry, Councillor Carr. Clerk, do you mind just, thank you so much. So are there notices of council member motions for upcoming council meetings? And just a reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the council meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title by email to the city clerk. So Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, notice of motion for the May 30th council meeting, title Ensuring Healthier Climate Smart Housing. Oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm giving notice of two motions. The first is for the meeting of June 13th, entitled Endorsing the Transit for Teens campaign to extend BC's Get On Board program up to age 18. And the second motion is for the meeting of June 27th, entitled Addressing Historic Inequities by Improving Infrastructure and Access to Services Across South Vancouver Neighborhoods.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Chair. So I'd like to bring forward a motion supporting the Filipino Cultural Center in Vancouver's campaign. It's a motion co-submitted by myself and Councillor Bly. That is for June 13th council meeting.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Joe. Okay, we can move on to new business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, which are requests for leaves of absence as follows. Councillor Bly, all day, each day, from July 4th to 10th inclusive for personal reasons, and on May 9th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., which is tonight, I believe, for personal reasons. Councillor Meisner, myself, for civic business from meetings on June 14th from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. and on May 10th from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. And Councillor Dominato for personal reasons for a meeting on May 18th from 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. And I see Councillor Montague on the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Procedurally, I don't know.
Sorry. Actually, just one moment if you could hold there.
Sure.
First of all, would someone like to move a motion, please? Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Joe? Okay, all in favor say yea. Any opposed say nay. This is to approve the leaves of absences, and then we'll go to Councillor Montague with the item of new business. Yeah. I'm just following the clerk's advice on procedure. Okay, so I just want to do that vote again. All those in favor say yea. Thank you. Yep.
I would like to
Kirby
know,
Young.
at my point of privilege, I'd like to know what I'm voting on, and I'm not clear.
Yeah, we were just voting on the leaves of absence.
But we did that earlier, I thought. These are new ones?
These are different leaves of absence.
That's what I'm asking for
Yeah.
clarification.
It's a different
But we don't
chunk
have,
of leaves.
and that was just verbal?
Pardon?
That was just verbal?
No,
Sorry.
it's in my script.
No. The leaves of absence that were asked for verbally?
Mine wasn't, and it's part of it. I asked via email.
Okay, but don't worry about it. I'm saying council didn't have them, right? That's what I was trying to follow, right? Thank you.
Councillor Montague.
Yeah, sorry. Am I, I guess procedurally, am I able to add new business for the mayor since he's not here?
Yes, you may do that.
For Tuesday, May the 23rd, all day for civic business.
So just to confirm, Tuesday, May 23rd, all day for civic
all day.
business? Is that correct, Councillor Montague?
That's right. That's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Just wanted to confirm that. Councillor Montague, I understand there may be a second absence for Mayor Sim as well this evening?
For today. Sorry.
For this evening, yes.
This evening from 5 p.m. onwards, so half hour ago onward for civic business.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe?
Chair, are we on the inquiry and the other matters?
Not yet. We're just
okay,
dealing
sorry.
with some
Yeah.
of these leaves of absence. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Chair. Just in listening to Councillor Montague, I realized I should actually, if I haven't already, applied for an LOA for May 23rd for civic business.
Okay, May 23rd for civic business, LOA for
maybe I already
Councillor
have one.
Dominato.
Oh, I already have one, it looks like.
Did you want to rescind that?
It's fine. I don't think it's even been seconded, so it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for Councillor Montague's leave of absences on behalf of Councillor Sim? Just be clear, these are Councillor Sim's leaves. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Appreciate that. And all those in favor say yea. Any opposed say nay. Okay, that carries. Thank you. Council, any other items of new business? Okay, not seeing any. Now we'll go on to inquiries and other matters. So Council, I see people in the queue. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I just wanted to let people know that that I had produced through my constituency budget a publication that was done in collaboration with Mom Stop the Harm called Sudden Silence, Hidden Voices. And I just wanted to put that on public record. I've been working with them, letting senior governments know about the issue. We have not tackled the opioid crisis, the poison drug crisis, and we know we haven't tackled it appropriately because when the public health emergency was declared 7 years ago, it was because we had 474 deaths in 2015, and since then 11,000 people have died in BC of drug overdoses, 32,000 Canada-wide. and in last year, 2,272. So a lot more needs to be done. I do have publications here. Councillor Kirby Young was, when I handed these out at Metro, she was online, not in person, so I'll hand it to her. Maybe somebody could take one. Mayor Sim wasn't present at that time too, so maybe someone can take that to Mayor Sim. But I do believe as this council, we should be pursuing every solution we can, which needs to be comprehensive. It is about not just making sure there's safe supply, but making sure that there are timely avenues for people to seek help, that there's adequate housing, that there's mental health responses and supports, and that we support our youth, especially at times when they're vulnerable, and making sure that they are offered the kind of activities and supports that they need to avoid this from being a life path.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Joe.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to acknowledge and recognize the month of May is the Asian Heritage Month. I want to acknowledge and recognize the profound contribution of Asian communities have made in Vancouver. From the early Chinese settler who came here to build Canadian Pacific Railway, to the Japanese Canadian who were unjustly interned during the Second World War, and to the South Asian pioneers who built business and families in Vancouver's historic Punjabi market. This history we will not forget. Asian community has deeply created and integrated to our cultural fabric of Vancouver. The contributions are not relics of the past, but continue to shape Vancouver's present and future. Just 6 months ago, we elected the first ever Asian mayor in the 136 years history of the city. It is clear that Vancouver's Asian heritage is alive and will be thrive. But in the same breath, we must recognize our responsibility to address the racism and the inequalities that still exist in Vancouver. Since I became public, I personally experienced a lot. The anti-racism work is so important and will be continued. Diversity makes us stronger. With that, I want to acknowledge and celebrate Vancouver's Asian Heritage Month. I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues and everyone in our city to create a city that is free from all kinds of discrimination, prejudice, oppression, and inequality. This is for our children, for their children, and for the generations after them. So I'll just leave it here very quick. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe. And that's why you may notice many of us are wearing a yellow ribbon today.
That's right.
So thanks very much for recognizing that.
Thanks, everyone.
Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks to Councillor Jill for raising that. I really appreciate it. Just two quick updates for Council. One is as the Council liaison one of two, along with Councillor Montague, to the Vancouver Art Gallery to let Council know that they did hold their first free Friday nights last Friday evening on May the 5th, and it was phenomenal to see the lineups of people that were really excited to enter the building. And there was incredible energy all night long. There was live music playing, people were enjoying the galleries, and there were folks there that I think potentially don't always visit, whether it's through affordability issues that are happening right now, or just the opportunity to invite new people in to see art. And I think it really demonstrated how much interest and demand there is in visual arts, particularly in our city. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to the team at the Vancouver Art Gallery for what was really a phenomenal evening. And I think that those first free Friday nights on the first Friday of every month are going to be incredibly well subscribed. The other thing that I wanted to mention, because Council won't be meeting for a little bit and a stretch, following up on the spirit of building an inclusive and welcoming city, is that on May 17th, it is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. Community hosts a fantastic event that morning, but really, I think the entire community recognizes the day. And as Councillor Joe so eloquently said, I think it's incredibly important that everybody feels welcome and part of our city. And that is a terrific event if for those folks that may not go, or there's other ways, obviously, through showing your support online or in community to folks that often are also targets of discrimination. So just a couple of notes. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Looking forward to that event as well. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for highlighting some of these really important dates that are coming up with May 17th, but also Asian Heritage Month. And so I just wanted to reflect on an event the other day that Councillor Klassen and I had the opportunity to attend, which was an MS bike ride. Jonathan Allarge, who's from Toronto, traveled here to BC to undertake a countrywide bike ride, dipping his bike in the ocean at Kitts Beach. And it was really an honor to meet him, and as he is going about his journey of raising awareness about multiple sclerosis. He was diagnosed, I believe, about 10 years ago. It's quite common. My father was diagnosed with MS in his 30s, and while it can have minimal symptoms, it is a progressive disease. And so, as Jonathan was noting in his comments the other day, is it creates a lot of anxiety. And in fact, they much better understand the nature of it, not just being a physical disease, but it's often accompanied with depression and anxiety. And so I just wanted to share that. It was a real honor to, kick off his ride with him and to share in his story and the fact that he's raising awareness for Canadians. We actually see higher rates of MS in British Columbia, and I think it's 1 in 400 Canadians that are impacted. So wishing him well in his journey. I made a donation the other day, and I know he's probably in Alberta now, but it was really great to see and great to celebrate him.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. It's been a long day, so I'll try and be really quick. First of all, just acknowledging the information brought forward by Councillor Joe, and also the mention of Jonathan in his journey that he's begun here in Vancouver. I just two events recently happened. I want to just thank the organizers of the Lower Mainland Local Government Association for a great event, and I was just so pleased to see so many members from City Vancouver Council here, with Councillor Carr, Councillor Fry, Kirby Young, Boyle, and Dominato and myself and Meisner. And I think it was just great to see such a strong contingent of Vancouver building those relationships across our region as we do important work together. I was able to make it back in time. I left the conference to attend the red dress ceremony with Councillor Joe, and I were there from the beginning. We had the mayor and others attend as well. I think it was an extraordinarily powerful event, one that I look forward to attending in years ahead. But hats off to the not only to the organizers and all the volunteers that spoke those extraordinarily powerful words that day, but also to our city staff here. We have a reconciliation team. They're doing great work, and it was so great to meet so many of them out there with such pride. And I just want to, again, acknowledge all the work that was done by staff to try and make that a really successful and meaningful event. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Just a quick note about public hearing tonight. That will begin at 6:15, just to ensure us a break for dinner break. So may I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Okay, any opposed say nay. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.